Environment, Natural Resources, and Climate Change, joined with the Committee on Urban Planning, Housing, and Resettlement on the public hearing on proposed reclamations in the Philippines. Okay, I call this meeting to order. The meeting of the Committee on Environment, Natural Resources, and Climate Change with the Committee on Urban Planning, Housing, and Resettlement. I would like to acknowledge the presence of Senator, our Minority Floor Leader, Coco Pimentel. Okay, okay, thank you for coming. And we wish to recognize our Committee Secretary, Ms. Eloisa Texon, to acknowledge a resource person and invited guests.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. For today's public hearing of the Committee on Environment, Natural Resources, and Climate Change, we have the following resource persons. From the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, we have Attorney Jonas Leones, Attorney Juan Miguel Cuna, Yusek Jocelyn Fragada, Yusek Ernesto Adobo Jr., Yusek Ignatius Loyola Rodriguez, Engineer William Conyado, Director Norlito Eneran, Ms. Chanel Napoles, Attorney Lester Kaliwara, Ms. Angelique Pearl Miranda. From the Environmental Management Bureau, we have ASEC Gilbert Gonzalez, with Attorney Michael Drake Matias, Attorney John Edward Ang, Attorney Arjun Calvo, and Engineer Joel Polintan. From the Mines and Geosciences Bureau, we have Director Danilo Oykieng. From the National Mapping Resource and Information Authority, we have LT JAG Paula Ruth Guarte. From the Las Piñas Parañaque Wetland Park, still we have Attorney Michael Drake Matias. From the National Economic and Development Authority, we have ASEC Roderick Planta, Mr. Dominic Andrada. From the Department of Justice, we have Attorney Maria Olivia Ana Atilio. From the Department of Public Works and Highways, we have Director Danilo Balisi, Engineer Richelu Felipe Lim, Ms. Francesca May Del Mundo, and Mr. Kelvin Mamitag. From the Department of Tourism, we have Director Charlene Zabala Batin. From the Philippine Reclamation Authority, we have Mr. Eduardo Destura, Mr. Joseph John Literal, Engineer Liza Kathleen Pagador, and Engineer Doris Dane Reniva. From the Philippine Ports Authority, we have Attorney Rigel Kaabay. From the Metropolitan Manila Development Authority, we have Attorney Victor Pablo Trinidad and Director Michael Hison. From the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, we have Mr. Roy Ortega. From the Government Service Insurance System, we have Mr. Florante Lumibaw. From the University of the Philippines Law Center, we have Attorney Ana Lourdes Cosme. Present, ma'am, virtually is from Suleiman University is Miss Eileen Maipa. From the ASEAN Center for Biodiversity Center, we have Dr. Teresa Mundita Lim. From the Center for Environmental Concerns, we have Mr. Fernando Hicap, Ms. Mia Catenza, and Mr. Terence Repelente. Still from the Philippine Ports Authority, we have Ms. Catherine Esto. From the Wetlands International Philippines, we have Ms. Maria Josela Pangilinan. From the Wild Bird Club of the Philippines, we have Mr. Michael Lu. From the Navotas Fish Port, we have Ms. Luz Ortiz and Mr. Engineer Danilo Aksalan. From the Philippine Plaza Holdings, Inc., we have Mr. Esteban Peña C. From Soler Resorts, we have Mr. Elian Mark Pailan and Mr. Donato Almeda. From Asian Terminal Incorporated, we have Mr. Sean James Perez. From the Association of International Shipping Lines Incorporated, we have Mr. Patrick Ronas, Mr. Joseph Collantes, and Mr. Casel Merin. From the International Container Terminal Services, Inc., we have Mr. Voltaire Waikoko. From Manila Hotel, former Senator Attorney Jose Lina Jr. From the GSIS, we have Attorney Lucio Yu Jr. That's all, Madam Chair. Thank you po.
Thank you very much. This is our second public hearing on two proposed Senate resolutions filed about the land reclamation projects in the country. Number one is proposed Senate Resolution number 300 filed by Senator Risa Hontiveros, and the proposed resolution number 759 filed by Minority Leader Coco Pimentel. Here is a brief recap of what transpired during our first public inquiry in aid of legislation held on September 27 on the said two resolutions. Along with the chair, the authors of the mentioned resolution, Senators Pimentel and Risa Hontiveros, attended the hearing with Senator Jinggoy Estrada. Resource persons from relevant government agencies, academic institutions, civil society, and private sector were likewise present. Due to the absence of former EMB Director William Conyado, who issued various controversial ECCs for reclamation project, the committee has issued a subpoena to ensure his attendance at today's hearing, and I think he's here now. Drawing from personal experience, the chair spoke about her two-decade-long opposition to reclamation projects, particularly the Altech Reclamation project in Las Piñas City and Parañaque City, and highlighted the importance of the Las Piñas-Parañaque Wetland Park, a legislated protected area and a Ramsar-listed wetland of international importance. She also raised questions about the ECC issuance process, particularly regarding the reinstatement of Altech's previously canceled ECC by Secretary Gina Lopez. Senators Coco Pimentel and Risa Hontiveros explored the complexity of ECC issuance. Senator Pimentel wanted a clear understanding of the process and to whom authority is delegated. On the other hand, Senator Hontiveros shared her concerns about the environmental impact of such projects. She was particularly worried about the Chinese state-owned contractor involved in reclamation work in Manila Bay. She questioned the Philippine Reclamation Authority if there were any concerns about this contractor's connection to a Chinese company known for aiding China in its militarization efforts in the West Philippine Sea. She also probed into the coastal impact assessment and the potential adverse effects of reclamation. She inquired about the approval processes and its potential consequences for flood control, stressing the importance of designing certain areas as no-go zones for reclamation. Several experts and stakeholders were given the floor to share their perspective. Mr. Rodrigo Narod Eco from the UP Maritime Science Institute addressed the effects of large-scale reclamation on the environment and coastal community. He emphasized that natural hazards could escalate into disasters when they affect human population. He also brought forward evidence showcasing the land subsidence resulting from reclamation, making areas more prone to hazards like storm surges, sea level rise, and liquefaction. Dr. Laura David, also from UPMSI, underscored the necessity for a comprehensive assessment of Manila Bay. She stressed the importance of safeguarding habitats essential for food security and discussed the negative repercussions of reclamation on these habitats. Representing the Manila Yacht Club, Mr. Idelfonso Tronqued voiced concerns about maritime safety, specifically pointing out obstructions in Manila Bay. Mr. Esteban C. from Sofitel raised alarms regarding the potential flooding and pollution stemming from reclamation activities. He emphasized the need for engaging shareholders and ensuring the effective management of sewage. Mr. Yu of GSIS expressed his support for halting reclamation activities until comprehensive ecological impact studies are conducted. He pointed out that GSIS, a government-owned corporation, has extensive property holdings in concerned areas and appreciated DNR's data-centric approach. He also lamented the vanishing views of Manila Bay's iconic sunset. Mr. Danilo Axalan, representing the Philippine Fisheries Development Authority, discussed the authority's roles and apprehensions regarding how reclamation might impede the navigational highway. I think you should be more concerned. Where is this? Are you here, Mr. Danilo Axalan? I think you should be more concerned about our fishermen and their livelihood in Manila Bay, being a part of the Philippine Fisheries Development Authority.
Yes, ma'am. Your Honor.
You're just concerned about the port in Navotas, di ba?
The fishing vessels that are entering the port.
Okay. Attorney Gloria Ramos, speaking on behalf of Oceana, stressed the significance of considering the environmental aftermaths, the impending threats of climate change, and the well-being of coastal communities. She raised pertinent issues concerning fisherfolks and the environmental defenders, and strongly advocated for public access to environmental impact statements. From the ASEAN Center for Biodiversity, Dr. Arvin Jesmos emphasized the need to prioritize environmental impacts in any reclamation project. He shared insight gleaned from the ASEAN region about the implications of reclamation. Committed to the cause, Dr. Jesmos extended offers of technical support and assured the committee of a forthcoming report. Mr. Fernando Hicap of Pamalacaya dived deep into environmental and societal repercussions of reclamation. He highlighted the dire effects on marine ecosystems and the subsequent strain on fishermen's livelihood, also touching upon the forced displacement resulting from reclamation activity. The chair requested the Philippine Reclamation Authority to provide the committee with copies of various memoranda of understanding it entered into pertaining to reclamation projects. Senator Cynthia Villar also asked the PRA to furnish the documents and permits and the clearances from Marina, the Coast Guard, and the National Security Council. These documents submitted by the Chinese contractors came in response to queries from Senator Hontiveros emphasizing that these permits were essential before the contractors could start their operation. Overall, the first public hearing was an exploration into the complex world of land reclamation, its potential impacts, and the various stakeholders' perspective on the issue. We are still in the process of discovery as we push forward with our second hearing on the subject matter. So, I will give the floor to Senator Coco if he wants to make a opening statement. So no. So we'll go now to the hearing proper. Okay. We have many visitors now affected by the reclamation. I want to call each and every one of them because after the first hearing, they requested to be represented here because they are the operators of our very big ports in Manila, which will be affected by reclamation. First in line would be the president uh, of association, rather, the director president of the Asian Terminal Incorporated, Mr. Eusebio Tanco, to be represented by Mr. Sean James L. Perez, Senior Vice President. We recognize Mr. Sean James L. Perez, Senior Vice President. I think, Mr. Cuñado, you have to hear their voices so that you will know what grave mistake you made here. Okay. Kasi ang dami-dami nagko-complain to this reclamation in Manila Bay. And I think you issued the ECC without any consultation from anybody. Like us, you issued an ECC for the Las Piñas Parañaque Wetland Park. There is a PAMBI in the Las Piñas Parañaque Wetland Park. There is a protected area management board, and we were not informed that you are issuing an ECC to destroy our Las Piñas Parañaque Wetland Park. So I will be the last to ask questions from you, but let us hear first from one of our ports, Asian Terminal Incorporated, Mr. Sean James L. Perez, Senior Vice President.
Good morning and thank you, Madam Chair. I'm from Asian Terminals, the operator of South Harbor Port in Manila. Maybe just as a backgrounder, Madam Chair, prior to pandemic, sometime in 2018, we were given the notice that there will be some reclamation done in Manila Bay. And at that time, not everything was clear, but as early as then, we already voiced out our concerns about the reclamation. At that time, specific to our operations only at the South Harbor, Madam Chair, because we are not in a position of expertise to really qualify all the other matters that are being related. So of the 15 reclamation projects that were there, we took exception only to 4 because these were the ones that directly affected the port of South Harbor. And these were the, Madam Chair, that would be the Pasay Harbor City. The second one would be the Manila Horizon. And you have the Solar City as well as Waterfront. Only these 4 were the ones we took exception because they,
Number 3 is,
Solar City, Madam Chair,
and the number 4 is,
was Waterfront, Madam Chair.
okay, thank you.
And the reason why we took exception was because when we saw the layout of the geographical map, it actually covered the entrance channel to our facility, the inner breakwater where the port would actually be going into. And as it was laid out, it would also cover our inner anchorage. We used to have 18, but we're now having 12 anchorage berths. And that, in effect, would also be covered. So at that time, being the tenant of the Port Authority, we worked closely with them because we were asked to give our comments. So the comment we made was that we have a concession which is going to be impacted because we will not be able to service the vessels. And there will be other repercussions as well in terms of our ability to serve the stakeholders. And ensuing discussions, I believe, went through. I mean, pandemic came in. There were several meetings and discussions. And the present one as of this time is that we already have a new channel, which is being used right now. I'm not sure how complete it is. I'm not in a position to say that, Madam Chair. But we have also given the authorities our comments to be shared also with all the other stakeholders that will be in those meeting discussions. We said that we would, of course, want to have a similar access channel which would be convenient for the shipping lines and other stakeholders and would be a safe and efficient ingress and egress of the vessels. And secondly, was also to address the concern of our inner anchorage points, the 12 that I mentioned earlier, and how it will be. But I believe the Port Authority has already given some coordinates for the new anchorage, the anchorage replacements, which we're working closely with the Port Authority to identify where they are so that we will see how effective it will be, Madam Chair. The other concerns, of course, we voiced out was also how we would also be able to adapt. I mean, just like any other port, we will have to try to adapt because with the reclamations, water levels go up, the drain flows, the storm drains, and everything else in terms of the operationability of the port will have to be adjusted accordingly. So these are the things that we're taking up in the guise of the fact that we see that the reclamation is already there. We have to make sure that our commitment to the government is that we continue to be able to serve the stakeholders that we actually made that commitment to, Madam Chair.
Cuñado, when you issued these 4 ECCs, did you hear their concern?
Madam Chair, would like to inform the body, Madam Chair, that the issuance of the CC is not under my time. I think that is Director Torbilla for the Pasay City government. Just the time of Director
who issued the
Torbilla.
ECC for them? This 4 reclamation project? Hmm?
Director Torbilla, Madam Chair.
Can you at this point, I would like to request the committee secretary to swear in Engineer William Cuñado. Cuñado. Siya yun.
Please raise your right hand.
Dinideny niya to.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this Senate
Nalis.
hearing?
Oh,
thank
hindi
you.
siya gusto niya mag-retire. Hindi siya pinagre-retire kasi sagutin niya muna to. Oo. So, can you give us the list of this reclamation project and who issued the ECC for this 4 reclamation project?
Yes, Madam Chair.
The Pasay Harbor City, who issued the ECC?
Based on the record, Madam Chair, Pasay City government issued by Director Torbilla.
Abilia? Who is?
Torbilla.
Can you spell that?
T-U-R-B-R.
Ano? T-U-R-B-E.
B-L-L-E.
Turbelia.
Yeah. Double L.
A.
That's
A. O, nasaan siya? And Manila Horizon.
City Government of Pasay for 265 hectare. Pasay
Ilan yung
Harbor
Pasay
Commission's
Harbor City?
Director
Ilang hektarya
Torbilla.
yung Pasay Harbor City? Yung Pasay, yung nauna.
The first one is 360 hectares reclamation, Madam Chair.
Oh, yung number 2, Manila
Number two is
Horizon.
265
Oh,
hectares.
sino nag-issue?
Still Director Torbilla.
And then, Solar City.
Solar City. Solar City. Solar. This Manila Gold Corporation.
Wala sa listahan mo, Solar City?
Ito bang Manila? Manila Gold Coast? Manila Gold Coast ba? Gold Coast. Manila Gold Coast. For the Manila Gold Coast Development
Itong Solar City is Manila,
Gold Coast Development Corporation.
Manila Gold Coast.
This is 148 hectares reclamation issued by time of Yusik Lunis.
Yones. Ikaw pumirma nito. And then waterfront.
City Government of Nabutas.
Waterfront. What is the name of waterfront?
Ano Manila? Torbilla, Manila rin. Manila. Director Torbilla.
Siya uli. Ilang hectares? Ano ang tunay na pangalan?
300.
Ah,
300.
Ano project name ng waterfront? Mag-ayos kayo kasi iisa-isahin natin to.
Manila Waterfront Reclamation Project issued by Director Mitudio Torbilla.
Turbelia. How many hectares?
318.
Now, sabihin mo sa akin, sino ang kapartner ng local government for this Pasay Harbor City? Sino to?
Pasay City.
Yeah, yung kapartner. Isasabihin mo, Pasay City government, but may kapartner yan. Lahat may kapartner yan. Sino yung kapartner? Yung Pasay Harbor City. Who is the proponent? Aside from the city government.
Pasay Harbor City Corporation.
Sino yon? Sino may-ari?
Charlie
Ito na yan.
Gonzales.
Charlie Gonzales. Oh, ito ba yung merong Merong isa kayo dito na i-declare nyo ng A&D? Nasaan yun? Ito. This is Proclamation 237, declaring certain parcels of reclaimed land located in the city of Pasay, Metro Manila, Island of Luzon as alienable and disposable land, reserving the same for mixed-use development and granting ownership in favor of the Philippine Reclamation Authority. Ito ba yon? Ito ba yon? This is the one. Please explain to me who asked the president to declare this as A&D.
I think that the proponents declared that an A&D.
No, the
Request.
proponent cannot declare it
Ayan
as
na.
A&D.
Request for
It should have
A&D.
come from the DNR. Can you answer that? This was done in recently. What date is this? October 17, 2022. Can Dian answer this? Did you recommend this to declare this as A and D?
I can explain, Madam
Yeah,
Chair, if
please
I may,
explain.
the process.
Secretary Adobo.
Yeah. A reclaimed area would be an unclassified land, no? Therefore, it's part of the public domain, considered as unclassified public forest. For it to be alienated, there is a need to declare it alienable and disposable. The question who requested for it to be proclaimed, I haven't seen the document, but it's always the proponent, ma'am. This one, I'm explaining, ma'am,
You are
the process.
DNR, I am the Senate. You don't know the
I'm-
document
there
that is
must have been-
declaration of reclamation area is as A and D. My God.
What I'm saying, ma'am, this particular request.
I will give you a copy. I have the copy.
I'm
You
sure
don't
it's
have the
somewhere in our
copy.
file, but what I'm saying is the process, Madam Chairman.
Can you please explain this?
Yes, ma'am. So
I thought
when there
the
is a
Manila Bay
request,
is the ownership of the people of the Philippines.
when there is a
Oo.
request, ma'am.
And then there's a reclamation, they said that it's good for the local government. Now it has been declared as an A and D, and it's for the benefit of the proponent. Please explain to me the logic behind this.
Okay, okay. The, ma'am, I was provided answer from our colleague. The request came from PRA
Oh,
for it to be declared A and D, right?
oh, can you PRA? Yeah. Can we ask the PRA? There's a PRA here to answer the
Madam
question.
Chair, good morning po.
Yes.
AGM Literal po from PRA. Ma'am, explain lang po namin yung process na sinasabi po ni Yusek Adobo. Actually, the governing issuance is DNR Administrative Order 2018-14. The applicant for presidential proclamation is Philippine Reclamation Authority under the said guidelines. 2018-14, ma'am. Is PRA, ma'am. Ma'am, under doon sa contract po, yes, okay. Okay. Ma'am, under doon sa contract po namin with Pasay, as explained kasi po before po, is it's a included in the public domain po yung area na yun sa Manila Bay. And then, during the development of the project, there are milestones or timelines. Nag-start po yan when it reached the 1.5 meter elevation. So, nagkaroon na po ng survey ang PRA, DNR, and also the city government of Pasay. So, after that po na nagkaroon ng
Government of Pasay.
Ma'am, yung MOA po namin, ma'am, is that governs the approval of the reclamation project, Madam Chair.
Ano MOA nyo doon? Please explain to us. Para alam nung ano, na binigyan nyo na ng A and D status yung...
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, yung MOA kasi, ma'am, yung last time...
ano tawag dito? Asian Terminal Incorporated.
Yes po. Last time po kasi we talked about the MOU. Under the Memorandum of Understanding, there's a period for the proponents to complete the requirements and also to secure the ECC and the area clearance. After that, ma'am, kapag kumpleto na po yung documents, we go up to the board after evaluation of the requirements and recommend for the approval of the project. And upon approval of the project, there's a contract, which is the memorandum of agreement entered into by PRA and the proponent, which is, in this case, the city of Pasay. And then after the MOA, there are plans and designs that are submitted, including the permits na na-discuss po last meeting, yung pagpasok po ng mga contractors. So, partially, ma'am, hindi pa po. Ma'am, hindi pa siya complete yung buong project, but the A&D is applied for in phases. Kapag naka-reach na po siya ng elevation under the
Mag-a-apply
Di
na
daw.
ng A&D.
It starts with the survey, ma'am. And then after the survey, magkakaroon po ng complete stop work po ang DNR. And then the Land Management Bureau recommends for a draft presidential proclamation to the Office of the President. And then the Office of the President also does its complete stop work and reviews all the documentation prior to the issuance of the presidential proclamation, Madam Chair.
When did this start? This sa Pasay Harbor City.
Ma'am, it started first semester of 2022, yung first phase. The proclamation was issued May 17, 2022, Madam Chair.
So ano lang, ilang months lang?
Ma'am, it started from 2021. It's more than
Sabi
a
mo
year.
2022, ngayon 2021
Ma'am, no, ma'am,
na.
ma'am, sinasabi namin yung process, ma'am.
Hindi, kailan nag-start ang reclamation nito?
Ma'am, yun nga, last quarter of 2021, ma'am.
Tapos, pwede na i-declare na day, ng 2022?
Ma'am, that's the phase 1 of the project, ma'am. It's
So, the declared here is the phase 1 only?
Yes,
How
ma'am.
many hectares?
65 or 67, ma'am.
265 to eh.
Ma'am, yes, ma'am.
368.
Ma'am, it's the 265, ma'am.
The 265.
Sir, Pasay Harbor City Corporation.
No, it's 368. 368. 368 hectares. And it started in last quarter of
Ma'am,
2021.
Mr.
And
Senator,
then,
sir,
na-declare na A&D third quarter of 2022.
it's May 17, 2022, Madam Chair.
Oh, ilang hektarya na-declare na A&D?
It's 67.
67 hectares. Pinapara ba to?
Ano po?
Kasama to doon sa pinapara?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, so hanggang dito lang siya sa 67 hectares.
Ma'am, last May again, 2023, there's another proclamation for another phase. So there are 2 proclamations already.
Ang provision, hindi pwede yung partial declaration. It says here is in your rules and regulation that you can only
Madam Chair, yun po yung naging supplemental agreement. It would be in 4 phases, ma'am.
So
Madam Chair.
this is a provision of the, ano to, yung inano mo na law, guidelines on the issuance of area clearance, DNR administrative order. You have to do it upon completion of the project.
Ma'am, the projects, ma'am, are divided into 4 phases. Completion of each phase, ma'am.
Wala naman sinabing upon completion of the phases. It's only upon completion of the project. So how can you explain that?
Ma'am, the 2 parcels were
But
completed
it's still
already, ma'am.
submerged. It's not completed. Ba't kayo nagre-request sa President ng hindi tama?
Ma'am, based,
Tatanungin kita, katulad nung sa Bacoor, natanggal yung inyong chairman at saka yung inyong bakit natanggal yun? Ano ginawa nila?
ma'am, there's a...
Tinanggal yung chairman nyo, si Chairman Agra, at saka si GM Rubiato. Bakit sila tinanggal? PRA din yun.
Ma'am, ma'am, just to clarify just the case, ma'am.
Oh,
They were administratively suspended, ma'am.
why?
Ma'am, because of the case filed by the province of Cavite.
Why was the case filed?
There was a alleged
It's not
conflict.
alleged. It's overlap. Two reclamation project overlapping. It's not alleged. I saw the map. So talagang ang PRA, you're not following rules. Hmm? Ito, nakalagay dito, only upon completion of the reclamation. Now you have asked the President to declare it A&D, hindi completed ang reclamation. So what is your answer to that?
Ma'am, for PRA, ma'am, there's a contract also that divided the project in phases, and each phase, actually it's not completion, it's 1.5 meter elevation, but the conveyance would come.
The DNR, it's not like that. It's your rules. It's not the rules of the DNR. You cannot make your own rules against DNR, di ba? You have to follow the rules. You cannot make your own rules.
Ma'am, if I may,
Of course, it's conflict of interest, di ba? How can you follow the rules that you make? You don't make your own rules. You follow the rules. Alam mo, ang dami na nagagalit sa PRA. Okay, we'll go ahead. Do you have any question?
Procedure sana which USEC Adobo already started, no? PRA. So, reclaimed land is unclassified land. Yan ang principle, no?
Yes, Your Honor.
Therefore, general rule, not alienable. Tama, no?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Therefore, for it to be alienable, it must be declared as alienable and disposable by only one authority, and that is
The
the
President.
President. Okay. And then, if the executive branch siguro follows a certain procedure, President will not act unless there is an of a reclaimed land. President will not act unless the endorsement comes from PRA.
The process
Or
starts
DNR.
from the request of PRA or the other proponents, and we investigate. A survey authority is issued. First, it has to be surveyed. So, the responsible officer to issue survey authority is our CENRO, that's the officer that covers the area. And a technical evaluation is done on it, and a complete stop work is submitted to the office of the RED, we call it, Regional Executive Director, who in turn endorses.
The CENRO is DNR.
Yes,
Your Honor.
DNR not.
It's not PRA. You have to go through with that and then
Yes.
you recommend to PRA.
PRA nag-umpisa.
The requests
PRA,
come from the proponent.
ang nag-initiate ng proceedings within the ENR would be PRA. Because of that request of the PRA,
Tama po.
siguro naman ang nag-initiate sa PRA would have been the persons reclaiming land siguro. I mean, babalikan ko si PRA. Basta PRA endorses something to DNR, it initiates your proceedings. O, nagsisurvey na po kayo. And then, now, so you have the meets and bounds of
Yes.
that particular area that we are talking about. And then, what do you do now? Does it reach the secretary level?
Yeah, yes.
Okay,
For
okay.
endorsement to the Office of the President.
Okay, so the endorsement, from the point of view of the Office of the President, the endorsement comes not from PRA but from DNR.
That would be correct, Your
That
Honor.
is, and the wording is, what is the particular action being requested by the DNR Secretary?
Actually, we're endorsing the requests because we're to come up with a complete stop work, recommending for issuance of a special patent, proclamation. And then, yeah, if it's approved, a special patent is issued over the reclaimed area, delineating the required buffer zone. We call it, in this particular case, the required buffer zone under our DAO would be 40 meters. That would be considered forest land, no? Protection area.
Ano po yung buffer zone? Nalito tayo.
Not the
Nalito po
entire
tayo.
proclaimed area would be declared A&D. No? The one adjoining the water would be left as owned by the state.
intercede? Tinanong kita kanina kung ikaw ang nag-recommend sa President, sabi mo PRA. Ngayon sabi mo dapat kayo ang magsusulat sa President. There's conflict there.
I-clarify ko lang yung statement ko, ma'am. Request po yung nag-trigger ng aming action. And I said, the proponent. In this particular case, clarify ni PRA, sila yung proponent. Kasi there are projects applied with them, no? But the proponent could be LGU. Of course, ako may partner man sila. Sila yung requesting party. Ni-endorse din siguro ni PRA.
Madali na pong umatras. Dito muna ako sa because we have presidential proclamations and these are under the Marcos administration na pala. Right before me is proclamation number 237, but this is the May 2023 proclamation. And then si Mr. Literal mentioned an earlier one. What would be the number of that earlier one?
Madam Chair, 1377 po.
1377 naman. Okay, there's an 13 kasi in 1377. Okay, 4. Sige, Yusek, nandun na tayo. So the procedure is, you make a survey, you do complete staff work. Meron ba decision making involved o ministerial lang? You do the survey and then you just endorse it. Can you possibly, in theory, make a negative finding na let us not declare this alienable and disposable?
Theoretically, yes, Your Honor. Like as earlier stated, baka submerged pa naman yung area, hindi pa. May certain height sila sinasabi ko
Hindi, okay. Ang ginawa nyo nga rito, kaya nga kami nagtataka na-recommend nyo nga na gawing alienable and disposable, submerged pa Yan, nakita ko. Meron dito, boundaries. Example, page 1 lang ng Proclamation 237. Ano to boundaries nito? Future reclamation. Di ba submerge yun? When the phrase is future reclamation, what does that mean? Sige, medyo mali ang mga laymen kung gano'n. Sige, explain to us. So talagang ano na to?
Proclamation.
Angat na. Sige, explain to us bakit sa proclamation ay parang lumalabas ang mga words or ang phrase na future reclamation. Sige.
Ang yung submerged, Your Honor, yun yung adjacent area. Pero yung pre-claim, mismo yung completed reclamation project na po.
So pagdating dito sa mga yung mga line bearing natin, ano na yan? Ano ba tawag mong tawag sa land na hindi na submerged? What do you call that? Reclaimed or above sea level, ang sinasabihin. Okay. So in that particular case, the DNR has no discretion to deny the request. Kasi sinabi mo kanina, nagdi-deny lang kayo kung submerged pa eh. Paano kung hindi na pala submerged? Wala na, tali na kamay ninyo.
Kasi in the first place, Your Honor, bago sila naman mag-reclaim, may mga requirements kino-complete, no? Once completed, ready na for endorsement for proclamation so that a special patent will be issued. So kung sinusundan namin guidelines, kumpleto naman, then, you know, as a matter of course, you just endorse it to the office of the President.
Okay, so that is from the very start. From the very start, yan ang danger dyan because in practice, once a reclamation project is approved, you're almost assured that the reclaimed land will be declared alienable and disposable. In practice, yes or no? Yes. Kasi
Yes.
I don't think you can cite any
Yes. Kung susundin lahat,
instance na dininay. Tama?
parang wala pa naman.
Wala. Kaya in practice.
Sinunod lahat yung proseso.
Ganun ang nangyayari. Okay. Ngayon, Mr. Literal, sinumatotal ko yung sinabi yung proclamation number 1377, ilang hectares po 'yon? Tapos isuma total natin sa proclamation number 237, ano po yung total ng dalawa?
Madam Chair and Senator Pimentel, for phase 1, it's 67.81 hectares. For phase 2, the proclamation 237, there are two titles. There are two, one is 12.43 hectares and the other is 54.59 for a total of 67.03 hectares. Madam Chair, for a total
Yes,
of
yes.
134.
Ayun, dalawa.
Yes, yes.
134 and that would
0.85.
yes, 134.85 hectares of from the two proclamations, and these are relevant only to the
Pasay 265.
Harbor City
Yes,
Reclamation.
265. Yes, sir.
Okay. So, kada isa nito, itong apat na nabanggit mo ng ATI, kung saan sila may reservations or ano, meron ng mga presidential
No, sir.
proclamations. Ito
Just,
pa lang.
just Pasay 265, sir.
Ito pa lang.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that means if we can find something objectionable here, we can inform the office of the president to restrain, ano? So ganun ang nangyayari. Actually sa ibang bansa, just correct me if I'm wrong, DNR at saka PRA, sa ibang bansa, 'di ba, they reclaim actually to improve their ports. 'Di ba ganun ang nangyayari? They reclaim to improve their ports. Yes, karamihan yata ganun. I think Singapore, mga ganun. Dito sa atin,
Reclaim to destroy the ports.
yung impression ko, we reclaim, but not for the purpose of improving the port. Kasi ang purpose niyata nito, ending ito is ano to? Condo? What is the PRA? What would be all of this? Mamili ka rito sa 1 to 4 na reclamation projects which might affect our port efficiency or usage, which is the backbone of the economy. Okay, at least one of the backbones of the economy. Anong ending po nito? Maging successful lahat ito? Condo?
Sir, it's a mixed-use development, sir.
Precisely.
May
Ano
condo,
ibig
may
sabihin?
institutional, commercial.
Correct.
Yes, sir.
Correct, di ba? Correct, yan na. Condo, residential, commercial. Maglagay lang naman ng commercial doon. May nakatira siguro doon. Pag wala siguro nakatira doon, parang hindi viable yung project.
Madam Chair, Mr. Senator, just for the information of the body, ICTSI and ATI also have their own applications for reclamation under their contract or concession with PPA. So they are likewise also expanding or developing their port areas, Mr. Chair.
They develop their port when you gave permit na to other na magre-reclaim. Pag sila yung magre-reclaim at saka yung others magre-reclaim, wala nang dadaanan ng vapor.
Madam Chair, they have their own areas of jurisdiction wherein they can develop there for future expansions. In fact, even Manila Harbor is also applying for an expansion of their port for another 50 hectares, Madam Chair.
Can understand the port. They're expanding the port. But when you are building, you are reclaiming for, what do you call this, condominium near the port, that's a different story. I can understand when the port is expanding. Yeah. But making it residential area, yung ports, that's a different story altogether. Can you show us the map na it's feasible?
Yeah,
Can
para
you give us
para
the map of
in
these
context,
four,
yeah. May,
this for reclamation project in relation to the South Harbor. Yeah, yeah.
sige, please prepare the map yan para Tapos in the meantime, Mr. Literal, yung mga port concessionaires natin, sabi mo they're also applying for land reclamation projects. And anong use nun? Exclusively for port purposes. Okay, hindi mixed use okay, kasi I will be greatly disappointed kung gano'n din ang sagot mo.
Actually, sir, it's for the expansion of their
Of the
port operations.
Yes,
sir.
port operations talaga. Okay. Sige ma'am. Tita?
Hindi ba yun ang
Ipa-ready-
dapat naging priority mo, yung expansion of the port rather than giving it to others?
Ano na status nun, ng mga port reclamation proposals of the concessionaires?
They're ongoing, also in phases, Madam Chair and Mr. Senator. Meron po sila kasing obligations din under the concession. So, hindi naman po ito one So, nagre-report din po sa amin yung stages po ng compliance sila dun sa concession agreement.
Ilan to? How many reclamation projects ito? By our port concessionaires, purely for improving the port area?
Just,
How
andito
many?
naman din po.
How many?
Actually, sir, ATI has its own conditions sa concession. Meron din pong ICTSI. Manila Harbor applied for a expansion din. Even PFDA, sir, applied for expansion of this port.
Apat, more or less.
At least 4, yes.
Okay. Were these also covered by the suspension order by the President?
We were informed, yung sa ATI and ICTSI, wala po silang ongoing, so hindi po sila affected.
Yeah, pero kung meron mang ongoing, would have been affected.
Could have been, sir.
Or could have been affected.
Yes,
So
sir.
yung dalawang ongoing.
And yung, sir, sa PFDA, sir, we issued a notice of suspension and a CDO was also issued by DNR. Just to comply with the presidential
So
directive.
enumerate sinong mga port ang nag-apply na expansion? So
Ma'am, under po doon sa concession agreement, meron pong sa record namin yung ATI and ICTSI.
pero hindi pa sila nag-a-apply. Did you apply? We asked ATI and ICTSI. Nag-apply ba kayo ng port expansion?
Yes, Madam Chair. We actually, under our concession with the Port Authority, were mandated to develop. And in that aspect, we also use the certificate and clearances of PPA. So that is in coordination with the DNR and PRA as well. We completed ours already last year, which is why it was already done. So we're using it now. The only pending construction we have is not reclamation, Madam Chair, but it's the pier. We're doing it on piles, so it's not considered as the reclamation, Madam Chair. Your Honor.
Good morning, Madam Chair. We currently have an application for construction of Berth 8. That's about a 6-hectare development inside MICT.
That's about 8 hectares, Madam Chair.
8 hectares. So may na lang. Parang expansion lang ng port.
Pero reclamation pa rin.
Oh, pero
Para klaro, no? Para klaro. ATI, you reclaimed 8 hectares tapos na. So,
Yes, Your
no
Honor.
longer affected by the order.
Yes, Your Honor.
ICTSI, you are still you need to reclaim 6 hectares?
We have a pending application for an ECC, sir.
Sino
And
pa yung may application beside the two of them?
Madam Chair, PFDA po.
PFTA.
PF?
Philippine Fisheries Development Authority.
PFDA.
Kasi yung nabotas.
Yes, Madam
But
Chair.
that's government. How many hectares?
Ma'am, around 17 hectares. Actually,
13
this is
hectares.
this is the improvement of the existing breakwater and the Pier 5. So we just expand.
Yes, but GOCC kayo, di ba?
Oh,
Yes,
Okay, and
Your
then
Honor.
Mr. Literal, even a GOCC follows the general procedure.
Yes, Mr. Senator.
And if the President orders suspension, pati sila covered.
Sino
Yes,
pa?
po.
Okay, sino pa
Tatlo
isa?
lang?
Meron pa isa?
Tatlo lang? Sabi mo
May isa pa
apat.
eh.
Ma'am, may pending application po ang Manila Harbor.
Manila Harbor.
Manila
Sino
North.
yung Manila Harbor?
It's the City of Manila and
May port ba siya dito?
North Harbor din po. There's an existing port and they applied for an expansion of another
North
50
Harbor?
hectares.
5-0.
Sino may
Yes, sir,
ari
50.
nito?
Manila Harbor Center, Mr. Regis Romero, Madam Chair.
Private din.
Pero hindi ba kontrata din to sa government?
It's
Na ino-operate nila yung Manila Harbor Center?
it's with PPA, Madam Chair.
So, nag-a-apply sila, gaano kalaki?
Another 50 hectares, Madam Chair.
50?
50, Madam Chair.
Hindi ba siya yung nag-ooperate ngayon ng Subic?
Yes. Hindi ma'am. Sa kanila po, I am not sure whether they already
No,
took
it's in
over the operation.
It's in
But-
the papers.
Yeah, it's in the papers.
Tinake over nila yung Subic. Subic port. Oo. 50 hectares. Pero ginawa niya na to? Hindi pa.
No ma'am, pending application
pa
pa rin ma'am. It's one of the projects on the
So,
pipeline. ma'am.
ito yung mga port talaga?
Yes ma'am.
Yung ginagawa mo, hindi port yon.
Mixed,
Reclamation
yes.
lang yon for other commercial and commercial and residential. Now, we will ask ATI, how will that affect you, yung apat na yon? Na, can you envision na kung matuloy yun, how will that affect you?
Well, Madam Chair, the first part, we already voiced out that it's the entrance to the port itself.
Wala ba tayong mapa niyan? Para mapakita natin sa mga tao? Wala tayong mapa? Pwede ba ipakita nyo sa ano? At least we will hear muna yung isang harbor, then the next harbor, how they will be affected, di ba?
Makikita sa entrance.
Kasi yung mga operator ng port talagang tumawag sila sa akin, gusto nila.
Pasok na goods. Pati export natin, paano lalabas? Tsaka, ang alam ko dyan, tita, meron yan mga, di ba, binavalue yan yung natural depth ng ano eh.
Oo.
Binavalue yan, may value yan. Tapos tayo, kung magda-declaim tayo, di ba, punta natin yung mga subsidence at ano, mababaw lahat yan. May value yan eh, may value.
So, while we're waiting for PRA, can I, Engineer Conado, ano ba ang inapprove mo dito sa 22 ECC na to? Ano ang inapprove mo? Kasi sinabi mo, tong apat na to, Turbella and Leones. Alin ang inapprove mo? Dun sa ECC.
Madam Chair, the following ECC that I have approved are the 576.7 hectares Nabutas Coastal Bay Reclamation,
Lakasan
City
mo.
of
Ano, sabi mo? 500 hectares, ano?
576
576 hectares reclamation where?
The city of Nabutas.
Nabotas. Okay. Para kanino to? Sino proponent nito?
City governments of Nabutas, Madam Chair.
Hindi, meron niyang proponent. Ako naman. Sino?
Argon B Construction, Madam Chair.
Sino yon?
That's
Huwag mo sabihin sa akin hindi mo kilala. Huwag mo ko lolokohin. Sino may-ari nun?
I don't have the personality
Ano po naman?
name.
Sabihin mo sa akin, imposible in-approve mo reclamation, di mo nakilala ang proponent. Ako naman. Sino?
Itong Argon B Construction lang, Madam Chair.
Sino nga?
Corporation na nakalagay.
Siyempre may naglalakad sa iyo niyan eh, hindi mo kilala.
Sino nag-represent sa corporation? Sino nag-represent sa corporation? Hindi ko kilala.
Hanapin niyo dun sa online. Argon.
City of Nabutas.
Sisinungaling.
Kasi si Joel. Miguel. Madam Chair, the San Miguel.
Hindi mo alam na San Miguel to? Malalaman din namin sumagot ka na kasi hindi ka pa pwede magtago.
The second, Madam Chair, is 286.86 hectares. Paranaque Reclamation Project. City of Governments of Paranaque. Century Peak. Willie King, Madam Chair. Another, Madam Chair, is the 90 hectares Baco Reclamation and Development Project, City of Governments of Bacoor, Plabil, Plabil Fishing Corporation. And another, Madam Chair, 230 hectares Bacoor Reclamations and Development Project, City of Governments of Bacoor, still Plabil Corporation, Madam Chair. Then another 100 hectares the Diamonds Reclamations and Development Project, City of Governments of Bacoor. Still Plabil. Aboitis. This is for Aboitis, Madam Chair. Yes, Madam Chair. Then another project, Madam Chair, is Cavite Reclamations and Development Project, Island Sea, 205 hectares, province of Cavite.
Saan yan? Anong bayan?
Novelita, Madam Chair. Proponent is Century Peak Partner. They seem willing, Willity, Madam Chair. Willie King. Then another one is Cavite Reclamations and Development Project, Island D, 267 hectares. Proponent is Province of Cavite. Nobilita and Rosario, Cavite, Madam Chair. Then, and project proponent is still Century Peak, Willie King. Then Cavite Reclamations and Development Project, Island E, 247.28 hectares, Province of Cavite, Cavite City and Kawit, Cavite. Kawit, Cavite pala, Madam Chair.
So, Kawit ito.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Oh, sino ang proponent?
Century Peak, still Madam Chair.
William King. And then,
And the last one, Madam Chair, is the Cavite Reclamations and Development Project, Island E, Province of Cavite,
o saan lugar?
Rosario, Cavite, Madam Chair.
Gaano kalaki?
324 hectares, Madam Chair.
Ano, Rosario?
Rosario.
Walang Cavite City.
Wala, Rosario, Cavite lang.
Oh, sino to?
This still Century Peak, Madam Chair.
William King.
William
Nasaan yung
King.
kay Birata?
Cavitix, Madam Chair.
Yung kaya natanggal eh, nag-overlap, di ba? Yung kay Birata, nasaan yun? Wala rito yun.
Yes, the Manila Bay Land Reclamation Project, Madam Chair. 844.
Ana?
Manila Bay
O saan
Land
yun?
Reclamation Project,
Manila Bay.
844, Province of Cavite.
Saan yun? Where does it start and where does it end?
Within Bacoor and
Starts in Bacoor. Where else?
Bacoor and
Bacoor and then Birata to, no? Bacoor, where else?
Cavite.
844 eh. Di nag-overlap sila ni William King at saka ito. Tsaka si Prabel. Saan nag-overlap to?
Probil ito, Madam Chair.
Oh, Bacoor, saan siya? Bacoor lang?
Sa Bacoor lang, Madam Chair.
Itong 844?
Oo.
Ha? So, yung Prabel is, ilan yon? 230, 90,
100 to 30 and 90. Pero the overlap lang, Madam Chair, pumasok doon sa
230.
230 and 100.
O, kasi yung 90, yun yung before Cavitex, di ba?
Yung 90, Madam Chair, along the highway lang yun.
Oh, before Cavitex. Tapos yung 230 at saka 330 is along Cavitex. Yung after Cavitex, dun sila nag-overlap.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Ba't ka nag-issue na ECC na overlap?
Madam Chair, based on the regulations, before the issuance of the CC, there's a memorandum of understanding between the proponent and the PRA. So they are the one who issue this area for this project proponent, Madam Chair. So we are basing on this memorandum submitted by the project proponent, Madam Chair.
Talking about the environmental compliance certificate, ito na, ECC.
Yes,
Okay nga, kaya nga. So, do you do an actual on the site study or survey? Therefore,
actually,
because if you do, at hindi lang po yung desktop or tabletop analysis, if you do an actual on-the-ground study and survey, then there's a chance that you could have discovered the overlap. Kasi yun ang tanong bakit pati EEC nag-overlap? Tapos ang sagot mo, kasi kung overlap na yung papeles na binigay sa'yo, mag-overlap talaga yung ECC. So, ganunan lang ba yun? Nasa lamesa lang ba kayo lahat ng opisina? Ganun lang po ba yun? ECC?
Actually, Mr. Senador, the situation is like this. The area clearance that will be the basis of the actual project area of this reclamation. So once there is an area clearance that will be issued based also in the proclamation provided by the PRA, then we will have to, based on our evaluations on the project impact and mitigating measures. I believe based on the PDP 26, there is no overlapping of the impact because our mandate is more on the determinations of the impact and mitigating measures. So whatever or whoever the project proponent in terms of the impact, there will be no overlapping of the environmental impact. So if this project environmental impact is applicable to this project proponent, then that will be applicable to the other project proponent. Nevertheless, Mr. Senador, we are only basing this area on the proclamation following the procedures of the PRA.
Well, yun na nga yun. Magkano bayad sa to secure an ECC? May bayad yan, di ba?
Filing fee
Kano?
and process.
How do you compute the filing fee? Alam dapat ng DNR yan kasi ano ninyo yan.
6,000. About mga 6,000, Mr. Senador.
It does not depend on the size or the scale of the project?
Regardless of the project.
Six-
But however,
6,000.
the project proponent are required to pay the review committee that will be the one in charge in reviewing the project impact and mitigating measures.
Magkano yun? How do you fix that?
It depends on the activities that will be involved in the review process.
Sige,
Mr. Senador.
I'm sure governed ng isang department circular or order siguro yan, di ba?
Yes,
Can you
yeah.
submit that to the committee?
Yes, we will provide you for that.
Samantalang yung area clearance, magkano rin yun? May fees din doon, di ba?
That will be the DNR who will determine the amount for the phase of the area. Because
Dalawa kasi kinukuha, di ba? Area clearance and then the ECC, tama?
yeah, the ECC will be approved and processed by the Environmental Management Bureau, and the area clearance will be processed by the DNR.
Ganun ba thinking ninyo ang bureau parang pero organizationally hindi naman independent si EMB, no? It's part of the DNR, no?
It's a
pero
bureau,
betrays
line bureau.
Line bureau. Hindi naman kay GOCC or other agency na attached lang. Hindi. You're part of the DNR, right?
Yes.
Pero it betrays the thinking na si ENB iba, DNR ang the rest. Okay. So, okay, anyway, pahingi na lang so ENB can give us the fees for the ECC.
Yes.
Plus yung compensation ng anong tawag mo, the
Review committee.
Review committee. And then which which office naman sa DNR can give us the fees sa area clearance?
We'll
Kanino
just
yan?
provide
I'm
corporate
sure
na
sa
lang
USEC,
namin.
kanino sa ilalim sa kanino USEC yan? Can you give us lang para makita ko lang kung ano. Okay, kasi ganito, Madam Chair, muna, last point ko. Ang dalawang projects nga na hindi na overlapping, theory lang ito, kaya naman siguro natin ito i-picture, no, into sa mind natin. Ang dalawang ang projects na hindi overlapping, but let us say near each other, could have overlapping environmental impacts. Possible yun eh. Kahit hindi kayo overlapping. And then ito na ang overlapping, and then ang sabi ninyo, walang overlapping environmental impacts. Kaya nga, medyo hindi ko magets, Madam Chair, ito bang ECC, the entire ECC process, naging taken for granted na ba natin na ginawa na lang natin itong laro-laro? Yun ba ang lumalabas dito? Kasi kung gano'n yung sagot nyo, imagine mo, overlapping na nga itong dalawang projects eh. Sagot mo, walang overlapping environmental impact. Kahit nga magkahiwalay, pwede nga magkaroon ng overlapping eh.
Mr. Senador, I would just to clarify, what I'm saying here, if the mitigating measures or impact of the certain project, that will be applicable to the other project. But I'm not saying that this will not be applicable. If you have to apply mitigating measures for this project, if, for example, there's a flooding on that area, and what is the appropriate mitigating measures for that, that will be applicable also for that project.
Anyway, hindi naman din ako expert dyan, but ang point ko, if an honest-to-goodness environmental impact study siguro should have also revealed na, teka muna, we are studying two projects which are apparently overlapping each other. Ganun. If it's a real, serious, honest-to-goodness environmental impact study, kaya ako nagdududa ngayon ako how serious we are with our environmental impact studies. Baka nga siguro sa dami niyan or naging ginawa na lang ninyong parang naglalaro na lang kayo sa loob ng opisina ninyo. Anyway, that should be a subject for another deeper investigation, Madam Chair, not connected with reclamation, but with that concept itself. No? At darating na rin siguro tayo dyan because we are now processing a bill on yung PENCAS, di ba? Yung natural capital natin. No? Yan, papasok din dyan yung environmental impact assessment. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Give me the Las Piñas reclamation, which you approve. Then we'll transfer to that, and then I'll come back to you. Okay? Give me just finish off, because you have a Las Piñas reclamation, which you did not mention. Altech.
Madam Chair.
Sabihin mo sa akin.
For the
Number
Altech,
11.
Madam Chair, there was an ECC approved for the Altech.
Yeah, oo nga.
And that was 2011, March
Huwag mo na sabihin
24,
yun
2011.
na nag-expire na yun. Sabihin mo na lang yung bago mong ECC. That ECC expired in 2017. Inano na yun ni Secretary Lopez, di ba?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Kaya ibigay mo sa akin yung 2022 na in-issue mo. Huwag mo na-explain sa akin yun. Alam ko lahat yun. And then I'll ask you questions. We'll go back to that, so we'll finish yung reclamation sa
Actually, Madam Chair, I'm not issuing the ECC for that.
ano in-issue mo?
I'm just following the decisions of the Supreme Court.
No, the decision of the Supreme Court is petition for writ of kalikasan, which we applied. Hindi ECC yun. Why will that become a basis?
No,
issued ang ECC on June 22, 8 days before President Duterte left.
Nasa rito. Kalisa.
Andito, oh. Number 8. Joint venture partner Altech, Las Piñas, Parañaque, Coastal Bay Reclamation, 635 hectares.
Nasa rito. Hinanap ko lang.
Okay. We'll go back to you. Sige, hanapin mo. We'll go back to this. So, we'll go back to the 4 reclamation project in the port with Asian Terminal, di ba? Okay. Can you please explain?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, if you will see on the screen, the yellow shaded portion, that's the original navigational channel and entrance to the South Harbor. Diyan po yung sa ATI. Yung isa po yung tan is the new channel and going into the South Harbor, Madam Chair. Ito pong red, white, pink, and green. Yan po yung 4 reclamation projects. Ma'am, yung white, yung blue, there's a blue, yan po. And the pink and the yan po, purple and the green. Yan po. Yan po yung 4 projects po na mentioned by ATI a while ago.
Why did you do that? Why did you do that? Why did you the port?
Tama.
Ma'am, during the application, yan po ma'am yung kasi yung landform na submitted sa amin. And during the ECC and the area clearance, a condition kasi ma'am is to have a alternate navigational channel for South Harbor. So nagpropose po ng bagong navigational channel. It was coordinated with the PPA and it was approved, and we understand it's operational right now.
Order ko ito.
Ma'am,
Which
yes,
is the Pasay Harbor City.
ma'am,
Yung green.
ito pong ano po, purple. Yung may malaking yan po, yung isa pong dinaanan, ma'am. Yan po. Yan po yung isang island ng Pasay
So,
Harbor.
Charlie Gonzales yan. Sino may-ari nung 265, yung Manila Horizon?
Manila Horizon is J. Bros.
Ano?
J. Bros. Jesus Legaspi.
And then yung 148,
148 Solar MGDC Manila Gold Coast Development.
sino yan?
Tieng Brothers po.
William Kieng na naman.
Yeah po.
Ang lakas-lakas sa inyo. William Cheng. Ito ba yung Ito ba yung congressman? Ito ba yung congressman?
Kapatid po.
Ha?
Kapatid po.
Oh. Congressman ng party list ba o congressman ng district na yon? Manila.
Manila po.
And then yung 380, kanino yon?
Kay Gatchalian po.
Ito yung
Kay William
umabot
Gatchal-
sa
kay Mr. William
likod
Gatchalian
ng,
po.
Ito yung umabot sa likod ng
US Embassy.
US Embassy.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Which color siya
Yung
dyan?
blue po, medyo
Blue.
dark po, yung blue. Yan po.
Blue. Teka, hindi namin makita.
Yan po yung blue. That is, Madam Chair, that is the waterfront Manila project. Ma'am, ma'am, medyo lower po na doon po sa yellow na malaki. Yan po ang US Embassy. No, down. Baba. Yan po US Embassy, Madam Chair. No. Ma'am, hanggang doon lang po sa Quirino, between Quirino and US Embassy po yung entrance niya. Yan, ma'am. Ma'am, that's the Dolomite. That's the US Embassy and above it is the Quirino Grandstand po.
Saan ang korehidor?
Ma'am, ang corridor po is lower left. Malayo pa po yung corridor dyan.
Di ba may reclamation dito? So, okay. Yan yung can you copy that?
Ma'am, may copy na po. Ma'am, Madam Chair, yung ICTSI po is not affected by the new channel. Ano po, ma'am? Ano po, sir?
What are the other reclamation aside from this? Nasaan ang ICTSI dyan na port?
Ma'am, across po noong Pasig River.
Nasaan ba Pasig River?
Ma'am, nasa taas po, hindi ho kita dito, ma'am. Yan po Pasig River. Nasa taas po
but there are
niyan.
reclamation there also.
Ma'am, yung what I mentioned a while ago, the PFDA and the Navotas, yun po yung dalawang reclamation doon.
Oh, can you show us that? So, apat to, Manila. Ano to, Pasay o Manila?
Manila lang. The purple is Pasay and the rest Manila po. Yung 3 projects po, the blue, the white, and the green are Manila projects.
Manila. Yung kay Charlie lang ang ang Pasay. Okay. So, you show us where is the other ports relative, yung papuntang Nabotas. Can you show us Manila Bay na yung Manila Bay. Kasi nilalagay nyo lang dito dadaan. Ayan. So, ayan yan yung pinakita nyo sa amin, yung pataas. Kasi nagsasabi yung mga shipping company, nahirapan na daw silang mahal ng singil sa kanila.
Madam Chair, yung red po sa taas, yun po yung Navotas.
And then where is the Pasig River?
Ma'am, sa may white po, yung white na, isa pong malaki na white na yun, dyan po yung Pasig River, ma'am.
Nasaan ang Baseco?
Yan mo, ma'am. Ma'am, Baseco po yan. Yan po.
Tinakpan ang Baseco.
Ma'am, wala po yung, ma'am, hindi po na yung project na white na yan. Nakapending
Di
po
ba
yan.
may mga ang Baseco? Nagtanim kami dyan ng ano
Yes, ma'am.
ng ano tawag dito?
Mangroves, ma'am.
Mangroves. O,
Yes,
di
ma'am.
papatayin mo mangrove. Ano yung ano na yun? Ito.
Ayaw eh. Yun. Kumano na. Ma'am, ito po sila, ma'am. ATI is here. Ma'am, hindi po... Ma'am, actually, that's an old plan. Wala na po yung white na yan. Ito po ang Baseco, ma'am. Ma'am, wala po ito ngayon. Yes. Ma'am, kasi humingi lang, ma'am, ng ano. Ma'am, that's an old plan, ma'am. Our apologies, ma'am. Ma'am, dito po ang ICTSI, itong area pong ito. Yan po. Yan po. Ito po yung PFDA. Ito po yung Nabotas project po. Yeah. Thank you, thank you. Yes. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, wala na po yun.
Patingin.
Ma'am, the Pasay projects are, ito po, yung, ayaw na naman. Ayaw ulit.
Ayun na sa taas. Ayan.
Yun. Nawala na naman. Ma'am, ito po ang Pasay. This is the 265 and this is the, ma'am, ito po yung 265 and this is the 360 of SM. Yan po.
Which one?
Ito pong yellow. Yan po.
So, that, yung apat, it's the green,
The green, the red,
then the
and the white,
red,
and the, ito po, Manila po itong tatlo.
saan nag-start ang Pasay?
Ito pong purple and then ito po. Ito mustard na to.
Hindi kita yung marker niya, purple and mustard.
Yes po.
Pasay yun, dalawa.
Yes po. That's
Yung-
the Pasay 265 and the Pasay 360.
What is that? Ano yung in between the red and the mustard? Anong color yan? Yellow?
Ayan po yung sa
Yeah,
solar.
yellow. Is that yellow?
Opo.
Okay. How
Yan
come,
po yun.
how come merong isang strange ano doon na hindi siya closed? Yung isa, nakabukas siya, hindi siya closed. Ano ibig sabihin nun? Walang
Sir,
limit? Wala siyang outer limit?
sir, connected po yung dalawang landmass.
Di ba that's supposed to show us the reclamation area?
Yes, sir.
Yung isa bukas, anong ending nung isa? Yung bukas.
Ito po.
Yung yung
Wala na to.
seaward na nakabukas siya na
Ito?
di kita yung marker mo, director eh. Yung next to the arrow, i-move mo yung arrow to the left. Konti yung hand pala, yung hand, yung cursor, yan. Ayan.
Ayan.
Yan, left pa konti. Yan, what is that? Yan, open siya. Bakit?
Hindi po siya open, sir. That's part of solar. Nakadikit po siya doon sa isang island ng purple.
Tapos ito.
Magkadikit po sila. Sir, that's the boundary kasi po of Pasay in Manila.
Hindi ko na. Well, anyway,
Dito sa aming map,
Anyway,
may number 5. Sa aming map, may number 5. Sabi mo, Wala na yon.
Yung malaki po, ma'am, ito.
O, yung,
Ma'am, hindi na ho siya nag-pursue sa Manila, ma'am.
yung Kining Group Development
Yes, ma'am.
Corporation.
Kinming. Yes,
so,
ma'am.
wala na yon, out. O. Yung puti. Oo, yung puti. Tapos, yun. Tapos, itong dalawa. Tapos, yung 14. Ano yung 14? Yung ba yung ano? Yun ang... Itong tatlo, yung tatlong green, kanino yan?
Madam Chair, yan po yung sa Manila Horizon, J. Bros.
J. Legaspi.
Yes, ma'am.
Yung
J.
tatlo.
D. Legaspi.
Oh, yung tatlo. Legaspi. 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 Oh. Tapos, itong,
Nasa right po niya.
yung dalawa,
Gatchalian po. William Gatchalian.
number 14.
Opo. The red one, ma'am, dito sa screen. Yes po.
Hindi, tinitingnan ko dito sa akin eh. 14. Manila Harbor ba yon?
Manila Waterfront City Project. Waterfront City Project po.
Anong number yon? Hindi. Anong number yon? Legaspi, ito. Alin ba ito? Yung red, kanino ba yung red?
Mr. William Gatchalian po of Waterfront.
Yung red, yung dalawang red.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Madam Chair.
Tapos, yung sumunod doon na yellow,
That's Manila Solar Project of Solar Group, William Cheng.
tapos yung magkatabi na yun na violet, kanino yun?
That's Pasay 265 of Carlos Gonzalez po.
Charlie to.
Opo.
Dalawa.
Dalawa po.
Tapos,
The three islands po na nasa baba po is Pasay 360, which is of the SM Group.
nasaan yun?
Ma'am, yan po.
3B? 3B?
Yes, ma'am.
Yung 3B? 3B nakalagay dito eh. Mali naman to eh. SM.
SM po.
And then, yung 12. SM. Okay. Dami. Kawawa ang ICT, ang ano talaga. Kawawa kayo talaga, tinambakan kayo, no? Yung port. Nasaan ang SM?
Ma'am, yung yellow po na tatlo. Yung mustard, ma'am.
Iganon mo. Yan.
Yan po. Yan, three
Nasaan
islands
ang
pong
ano?
SM.
Nasaan ang Soler?
Soler, ma'am, is... Ma'am, doon po sa may space sa baba pa nung yellow.
O saan?
Diyan po sa area na yan na Soler. Yan po.
Yan. So, ano yung yellow? Wala sa amin yun.
Ma'am, ito pong shape ng itong yellow sa baba po.
Oh, yan.
Ma'am, ma'am, yan po yung Altech.
SMC. San Miguel. O, halika na. Sumagot ka sa akin.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Regarding the Altech, Madam Chair, the last action that I have, that we have issued resolutions based on the Supreme Court rulings. If I
Walang
may read,
ruling ang Supreme Court.
if I may read, Madam Chair,
Dininay lang yung aming petition for writ. It doesn't concern the reclamation. Oh. Hindi mo ba alam na yung Las Piñas, Parañaque Wetland Park was declared a critical habitat and protected area by a presidential proclamation in 2007?
Madam,
Alam mo
if I may, can I read
Because
the result?
isasabihin ko muna sa iyo kung ano ginawa mo. Oh. It was declared a protected area by a presidential proclamation in 2007. Ha? And then, in 2013, it was declared as a Ramsar wetland of international importance. Noong 2013. Yung Ramsar is the treaty which was signed in Iran wherein the Philippines is a signatory. When you are a signatory to a treaty, you're supposed to protect yung malilist doon na wetland of international importance. So the government should protect it because it is in the Ramsar list in 2013. Nag-issue ang DNR ng ECC dyan ng permit to reclaim in 2011, which DNR Secretary Lopez declared canceled in 2017. Oh, so in 2013 na-declare siya Ramsar. In 2018, hindi na kami nagkasya na presidential proclamation kasi hindi nyo pinakikinggan yung presidential proclamation. Hindi nyo rin pinakikinggan yung Ramsar list. So, inilegislate na namin in 2018. It was a legislated protected area in 2018. Alam mo ba yon? Ba't ka mag-i-issue ng ECC in 2022?
Yes, Madam Chair. Actually,
Huwag mo sasabihin yung ruling of the Supreme Court. Dininay lang yung petition for writ of kalikasan namin. Hindi yun in connection with the reclamation. The reclamation was canceled in 2017 by your secretary.
yes, Madam Chair, it was canceled by Secretary
Bakit
Gina
mo,
Lopez.
ba't ka mag-i-issue ng ECC in 2022? Legislated protected area na yun.
But that is based on the 5 years policy, Madam Chair. That is
Kaya nga.
resolved. That is
Kaya nga.
resolved by the
So
Supreme
ikaw,
Court, Madam Chair.
ikaw is a bureau chief, yung dineclare na kinancelled ECC, pwede mong i-renew?
Madam Chair, if I may, can I elaborate what my previous actions in terms of the restating the ECC of that Altech, Madam Chair? When there is a ruling decided by the Supreme Court,
But
Madam
it was
Chair,
declared as a legislated protected area. Walang meaning sa'yo yun?
Madam Chair, it's just only resolving the issues of the cancellation
No,
based
you're not
on the
supposed to
secretaries for
resolve
5
that.
years.
It's a legislated protected area. Why will you issue an ECC on a legislated protected area?
That's why, Madam Chair, I'm just only resolving the issue in terms of the cancellation, which is based on the 5 years as ruled by the Supreme Court.
Pero after that cancellation, it was declared as a legislated protected area. Hindi mo ino-honor ang legislation? Ha? Kinausap na kita dyan eh. Sino nag-permit sa'yo na i-issue yung ECC na yan? Kinausap na kita dyan eh.
Madam Chair, with that,
In-explain ko na yan sa'yo eh.
with that, Madam Chair, there is an instruction from acting acting Secretary James Sampolna to proceed the case.
Hindi na siya acting secretary nun, pinatanggal nyo eh. Ayaw niya mag-issue ng ECC eh. So, he was removed. Nung mag-issue ka ng ECC, inano si Pragada? Nasaan si Pragada? O, yan. Pina-appoint mo. The same day that you issued the ECC, pina-appoint mo yan si Pragada. Tinanggal nyo si Sapulna.
What happened to Pragada?
O siya ang acting.
Oh, I see.
O ikaw ang nagsabi sa kanya na issue niya yung ECC. You were appointed on the same day.
Madam Your no, Madam Your Honor, hindi natin
So,
siya.
ba't mo sasabihin si Sapulna? Tinanggal niyo si Sapulna on that day.
Madam Chair, I have a copy here of the directives of Acting Secretary Jim Sampol na, Madam Chair.
Akin na. On the day you signed, wala na si Sapulna. Tinanggal na siya. Siya na ang acting, si Fragada. On that day that you signed. I research eh. Ano eh, nung day ka, di ba kinausap kita, on that day na pumirma siya, ikaw ang acting, tinanggal si Sapulna. June 21 eh. He was removed in June 22 eh. On the day that he signed. Di ba? He was removed in June 22 on the day that he signed.
Madam Chair, this is a personal matter, Madam, ni Jim Sampol.
Ano yan, tita? Ano yan?
Kopyahin mo.
Ano?
Eh, but he
Text
was,
yan, text.
when you signed it, he was not anymore there. Di ba?
Ano yung pinapakita mo?
Di ba June 22, ikaw na? Oh, June 22 siya nag-sign.
Please facilitate. Ano to? Ano yan? Yung EB?
Madam Your Honor, I was designated on June 22.
Facilitate. Part ng word facilitate. Tapos may petsa. June 21. 2021. 20? 21. 21. Ano mo na print mo pa?
Kunin nyo yan. Asa na lang tayo.
Pero digital yun. Hindi natin alam kung sa paper. Meron nag-exist sa paper. No?
June 21, meron daw instruction na mag-issue siya. Ano?
Please facilitate. Sulat.
Oh,
Digital
pero
yun.
hindi not necessary. Siya na ang acting nung isign mo. So, it cannot be a basis.
Hindi ba, Madam Chair? Madam Chair, hindi ba na-establish natin sa last hearing na the setup within the DNR is that the ECC can be signed either by the Secretary or by the EMB Director? Did we not establish that during the first hearing?
The permit to reclaim was cancelled by the DNR Secretary. Can it be revived by just a director?
Kaya hindi, ang gusto kong sabihin kay Director, if you were the Director of the ENB that time, you could have also used your independent judgment, hindi ba? Not rely on instructions from the Secretary. Tama yun? Kasi na-set up, yun na yung inayos na ninyo yung setup, right? Na pwedeng ENB Director, pwedeng Secretary?
Yes, Senador. Actually, what happened is that when we have a prepared resolution for this case, I told Acting Secretary James Sampolna that this is secretary to secretary's issue. So he said, no, I will have, you sign that, I will make directives that you will sign. So that means to say that there, according to my legal, when we have a process, this is delegating the authority to you to sign this resolution. So, that is the basis for preparing that resolution, Mr. Senador.
He said that you have to evaluate and make appropriate action. So, do you think your action is appropriate?
But there is a verbal instruction that when he said to me that
Evaluate and make appropriate action.
that's the truth, Madam Chair, that there is a verbal instruction from me. That's why I said that is a secretary's issue. That's why if you want me to sign that, give me a directive for that. That's why this come up with that resolution, the memorandum, Madam Chair.
And make appropriate action.
Ang point ko lang, Madam Chair. If your signature appears on the environmental compliance certificate, that is your judgment already. Paninindigan mo dapat yon. You cannot point to the secretary as having delegated or instructed it to you, instructed you to sign it. Kasi na-arrange na ninyo within the department. Either you or the secretary can sign it. Di ba? Tama? Tama po ba yon?
Yes, Mr. Senator, but there will be always a consultations of the secretary before I will.
But hindi
there
mo
will
kami
be an instruction
kinonsulta,
from the
kami PAMBI doon. We are the Protected Area Management Board. Wala ka naman sinabi. Nagulat nga ako nung makita ko na nag-sign ka ng ECC. Paano kang gagawa ng ECC na hindi mo kinonsulta ang Protected Area Management Board? It's a protected area. Hindi mo sinabi sa amin eh. Hindi mo kami tinanong. Do you know that yung binibigyan mo ng ECC, yun ang outlet ng aming 4 na river. The Parañaque River, the Las Piñas River, the Zapote River, and the Molino River of Bacoor. Doon lalabas lahat yun. Pag sinarhan mo yun, walang lalabasan yung river namin. Babaha kami ng 6 to 8 meters. Hindi mo kinonsider yun? Hindi mo kinonsider yun? And then lahat kami may fish port. Ang Las Piñas, ang Parañaque, ang Bacoor, at lahat kami may fish port. Meron kaming fishermen na nabubuhay dun sa river na yon. At dun sa Manila Bay na yon. At alam mo ba na yung Las Piñas, Parañaque, Wetland Park is the biggest spawning ground of fishes in Manila Bay. Yung mga hinuhuli ng mga mangingisda doon galing sa amin. Pag pinatay mo yung aming park, patay ang mangrove. Pag nireclaim mo yon, wala nang spawning ground of fishes sa Manila Bay. At kaya kami nagtanim ng mangrove doon in the 1990s para pag nag-typhoon surge, protection ng Las Piñas, Parañaque yon from typhoon surge. Hindi mo kinonsider yon? Basta naisip mo lang, siguro, ang lakas-lakas sa'yo ng Altech. Di ba si Ramon ang yan? Noong 2016, nagpaalam na siya sa akin, aalis na daw siya doon, wag na ako magalit, lilipat siya sa Bulacan. O lumipat na siya sa Bulacan, ba't noong 2022 nakipag-usap ka na naman sa kanya? Hindi mo na kami kinonsider. Member ako ng PAMBI Nagulat nga ako na may reclamation, may ECC na eh. Hindi kami tinanong. Kami yung Protected Area Management Board doon eh. Hindi mo kami tinanong. What is your reason? Ha?
Sir, if I may
Dami-dami
read
mo
this,
namang inapprove na reclamation. Bakit pati kami
in the
gaganyanin mo?
present case, Madam Chair, the ECC of Altech is not automatically render function pactus officio, simply because the proposed project was not executed within 5 years from March 24, 2011, the date that the AMB issued ECC numbers CO-1101-001. It must be highlighted that the project proponent was not the reason that the immediate implementations of the proposed project was not forestalled. It was the filing of the petition for the rate of kalikasan that leads to the delay in carrying
Hindi
out
naman
the
yung filing ang
proposed
nag-delay
project.
noon eh. They were not able to implement it for 5 years, so kinancel na yun eh.
So any
But
revisions to
it
the
was,
ECC?
it was passed as legislated protected area after that. You never considered that na nag-legislation kami to declare it as a protected area? It was never considered. It was declared as a legislated protected area in 2018. Bakit mo in-issue yan? Sinabi ko na yun sa'yo eh. But you never consulted us. You just issued the ECC. We were not even consulted. We are the Protected Area Management Board. We were not consulted. How can you study an ECC na hindi mo kinonsult ang Protected Area Management Board? Sino nag-utos sa'yo? Hindi sa pool na. Yung letter, hindi naman yun. Hindi pa niya pinabayaan yung amin. Ang dami-dami nyo naman in-approve, pati yung protected area, aaprubahan nyo pa. And hindi mo ba alam yung Prabel na inaprubahan nyo? Papunta yun doon sa river namin eh. Nakaharang doon sa river namin. Saan lalabas yung aming 4 na river? They're interconnected eh. Yung Parañaque River, Las Piñas River, Zapote River, Molino River, they are interconnected. Pag hindi mo pinalabas sa isa, hindi makakalabas lahat. Ano gagawin mo sa amin? Pababahain mo kami? Ang prediction doon, 6 to 8 meters na ba? Ang 6 meters is 3-story building. Hindi mo ba alam yon? You never consider that when you make decisions? You never consider that? Inutos lang sa'yo, gagawin mo. Sino nagbigay ng permit doon sa ikaw din? Yung sa SM at saka doon sa Ano pa ba yung naandoon? So, yung lahat ng naandun, yung navota, sino nagbigay ng permit noon? Ikaw o si Tulyado? Tulyado? Ano ba name noon? Turbelia? Sino nagbigay ng permit dito sa So, ibig sabihin sa inyo, regional director siya, wala man lang USEC na under siya, ikaw lang ang under mo siya? Oh, hindi mo siya na-advisean na never do that? Yung issue niya ng ECC do sa aming protected area, you never advise him not to do that?
Madam Chair, if I may. Ma'am, there was a request from the proponent and from the EMB level, they requested for a legal opinion, which was also provided to them. So yun ang naging basis po niya.
Sino nag-legal opinion?
The Legal Affairs Office ng DR naman.
Sino? Sino yon? Sino yon? Who provided the legal opinion?
Yung the Legal Affairs
Sino
Service
nga
ma'am,
yun?
diba?
Sino head nun?
Si Yusek Juna Dobo po.
So, ang opinion nyo, you can give a ECC for our protected area?
Ganito ma'am, nag-umpisa if I may. In 2011, an ECC was issued.
But it was cancelled.
If I may just
Yeah.
finish. No? There were compliance that the proponent has to do. But this project is part of a bigger one covered by ECC in 1996, yung Pia Amari. No?
But that was declared unconstitutional.
If I may just proceed, ma'am.
Yeah.
So the Altech, when they were issued a separate ECC, has to comply with some requirements, and this lasted to 2014. No? In 2017, after the change of administration, an order was issued by the secretary then, which in our, we don't call it, by the way, ma'am, legal opinion. It's a legal position of the department. We considered that letter addressed to Altech as an order of cancellation. That was April 17, if I remember correctly, 2017, ma'am. Immediately within that month, 23rd of April, if that's April, Altech wrote EMB or DNR asking for, it was a letter, but we deemed it was a motion for reconsideration. Then by Altech, ma'am, saying that we're taking exception, that we did not, in fact, we as much as we wanted to implement the project, we cannot do so because of so many, there were enumeration of reasons. And another intervening event happened. This is the filing of a writ of kalikasan. So when that letter was received by DNR, we referred it to EMB because at that time the case was with them. No, a resolution was prepared by them on that request for reinstatement of the ECC, because the I have a chronology of events, ma'am. I can read them. If I may.
Legislated protected area na yun eh. Bakit i-decide lang ng isang EMB at hindi kami tatanungin?
Ibigay ko ng copy.
Diba?
Subsequent development. Baka unaware sila. Paano sila naging unaware?
Paano naman magiging
May master list dapat.
Mahal-mahal ng
Okay, while our chairperson is going over the documents, I'll just ask questions to the experts. Alam mo, kinoconsider ko kayo expert ha, sa pagdating sa mga environmental matters sa ECC ha, kaya yung sagot ninyo sana makatulong sa amin. Okay, ito bang ECC, what is it for? Sige nga. When a project asks for an ECC at binibigyan ng ECC, anong value nun? Anong ibig sabihin nun? Who can answer it among our experts running our environment department? Sige. Guide us. Sige, si Asek Gonzales. Sige po.
Ito pong Environmental Impact Assessment System as embodied under the PD 1586. Ang very intent po nito is to give the proponent and stakeholders a picture of the project that will be undertaken, to see what will be the potential impacts of the project to the environment and to the stakeholders. And correspondingly, the proponent must be able to provide the corresponding mitigating measures to address the potential impacts. It defines kung ano po yung mga measures, technically, socially, ano yung mga dapat gawin para hindi po maapektuhan yung mga affected communities as well as the environment. And this is firmed up with the issuance of the certificate. The environmental compliance certificate will now define what would be the conditionalities that the proponent must abide or comply based on the identified impacts and the mitigating measures that was established during the review and evaluation of the project. And this is done by the review committee. The review committee looks into the technical aspects of the projects and make the recommendations. And ang EMB lang po nagtatranslate of all these recommendations into that document, which is the Environmental Compliance Certificate.
So therefore, there is a review being done of the actual area, di ba? Involved in the project at a certain period of time. Tama? Definitely time-bound yung review. Tama po yun. Because you finish the review, you come up with your conclusions, and then you issue the certificate. Tama?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, because there's a particular time. Therefore, the ECC expires. Tama yun?
With the life of the project.
Actually, yeah, because siguro during your study, you envisioned the lifetime of the project, but you took into account the current conditions on the ground when you were studying, tama? Therefore, it should expire. 5 years later, no movement, nothing. 10 years later, that originally issued ECC should not be considered as still valid, tama?
Yes, ma'am.
That's why your rules provide for the expiry of the ECC.
There is a prescribed period, sir, Your Honor, 5 years to require the proponent to undertake the project. So once they implement it within the 5-year period, so the ACC remains to be valid until the life of the project.
Assuming that all the details that you considered were followed.
Yes, sir.
Siyempre, ganun yun, ano?
There is a process of monitoring in which we determine if there are modifications.
Correct. Tama ngayon. Tama yun. Tama yun. So, dapat accepted nga natin that it expires because the situation on the ground may have changed or could change because parati naman nagbabago yan. Interaction ng mga different living things and the nature ng environment. So, things change. So, ang theory ko bang naririnig kanina, the pendency of the case also lengthen the validity of the ECC? What kind of a position is that? Hindi ko naintindihan. Parang prescriptive period sa rules of court yun, pero not applicable to an environmental compliance certificate.
Hindi ganun po ang tono ng position, if I may, Your Honor. Ang tono ng position, it was actually addressed to the wisdom of the expert bureau to assess. No? They can actually resolve the case according to their evaluation. That was and this was given to the secretary for his guidance. He can actually, and the secretary ordered EMB to evaluate if it will be warranted to reinstate. And a resolution by that office was forwarded.
To reinstate an ECC, an existing ECC, more than 5 years later. Ganun ba yun? Was that the...
In fact, the reinstatement, if I may add,
reinstate what?
yung ECC po, yung effect, nung usability of the ECC, it provided for, the reinstatement provided that in 120 days, they have to submit the current baseline. Kasi nga, yung sinasabi niyo po, things change. So, that is for the evaluation of the experts.
Di ba, in effect, ang bottom line nun is study it again, just like it's a brand new application for an ECC, hindi ba? And was that done? Or was it just a shortcut na sabihin lang na, meron ng dating ECC, extend na lang natin ang validity nito? Engineer Cunyado, ano bang ginawa nyo talaga rito? Na ginamit nyo yung argumento na parang prescriptive period ng crimes na hindi nahuhuli yung tao, hindi magpe-prescribe yung crime. Ganun ang ginawa nyo? Kasi sabi ko hindi applicable kasi nga ang ECC issued given a particular set of circumstances in a given time period. Kasi environment ang pinag-aralan nun eh. So, I hope that you really conducted activities like it is a new ECC that you are issuing. Hindi lang yung nagtago na kayo sa saya ng lumang ECC at sinabi ninyo, ito na gamitin natin, prolong na lang natin yung effectivity nitong na-issue more than 5 years ago. Tama ba yung aking more than 5 years ago na yun? 5 years, older than 5 years yung ECC na revive ninyo, tama?
Yeah, that's more than 5 years.
So, is that what you did? Parang revive lang ninyo yung more than 5 years old na ECC?
Actually, doon sa resolution we have provided in terms of the stating, it is in the wherefore that the request for reconsideration herein Movement Altech Contractor Incorporated is granted. The order canceling the ECCCO is herein reversed and set aside. Thus, the environmental compliance for the Las Piñas, Parañaque Coastal Bay Reclamation Projects is herein reinstated. Altech is directed to submit a report within 120 days from receipt hereof to undertake the environmental baseline among other conditions which Altech may have adopted prior to engagements of any construction activities for the project. Furthermore, Altech is directed to acquire all the necessary permits and clearance related to the project prior to any project constructions.
Second condition, ano lang yan, automatic naman, wala yun. Yung una, yun na nga, you were requiring Altech to comply with the instructions dun sa original environmental compliance certificate, which is more than 5 years old. So you did not really conduct a new environmental compliance certificate procedure de novo na parang original ulit. So that's clear. I think that has been established this afternoon, Madam Chair. Ganun na nangyari.
And to make it worse, we legislated it as a protected
may subsequent event na, which ako in my humble opinion, being a non-expert on environmental matters, misses the entire point or essence of an environmental compliance certificate. You miss the entire basis, the essence of it, na miss ninyong lahat, mga experts. I hope this non-expert is wrong. Okay.
Sumulat kami sa kanila na to reconsider that ECC. We wrote the secretary, si Loizaga, and it was referred to you, Undersecretary Cuna. And you you didn't do anything. You just refer it to him. You didn't do anything. Bakit, ba't kayo, parang pasahan kayo ng pasahan eh. Ayaw nyong gamitin ng responsibility nyo. We wrote to you. Pinasa sa'yo ni Secretary Loizaga, tapos pinasa mo sa kanya. Eh, siya yung nag-issue ng EMB eh. Oh.
But if I may, Madam Chair.
Hindi ba dapat nag-take over ka na? Kasi kung mali siya, dapat ikaw nag-take over na?
No, but if I may, Madam Chair, since the issuance was from the Environmental Management Bureau,
Oh, bakit?
I referred to them for them to
Oy,
evaluate.
pero hindi na kayo sumagot. I wrote the letter last year. Eh, hanggang ngayon, hindi kayo nasagot. Parang nagpapasapasahan kayo. I wrote the letter October 27, 2022. And then, you referred this to, December 2, 2022. Eh, 2023, October, wala pang sagot. So, nagpasapasahan lang sila.
How many undersecretaries do we have sa DNR? How many? USEC. Ilan ba kayo?
Sir, at this moment, sir, we are 9 undersecretaries.
You're
5 are careers, 4 are coterminous, Madam Chair, Your Honor.
And all the 9 have expertise in some environmental issue or concern? Wala bang political accommodation dyan na parang... Dati, alam mo, dati sa last administration, mayroong isang department doon, tapunan ng tinapunan ng mga in-accommodate lang na gusto magtrabaho sa gobyerno eh. How about our DNR? Are you all knowledgeable about environmental issues?
Actually,
individually?
meron po silang expertise. Like for example, in the case of Attorney Natus, he handles the legal and all the documents of the secretary. And then for Undersecretary Malu Ernie, he's the chief of staff and he involves the SCIS and HR.
No need to justify na. Basta unfortunately, napapasok tuloy tayo sa ganyang usapan kasi parang lumalabas na sabi ni chairperson, nagtuturuan. So pag nagtuturuan, parang sign niya na parang clueless ka eh. Hindi ko to alam. Sa'yo, ikaw na. Hindi ko to alam sa'yo na. How about itong ating mga head na mga directors natin, mga galing sa ranks yan. Talagang nasala yan mga yan bago umakyat. Walang mga political accommodation. That you can say, Yusek Leones?
Yes, I think so, Mr. Chair. Like for example, ASEC Gilbert Gonzalez has been the regional director of the EMB. And prior to that, he was the regional executive director of Region 5 and Region 7 until he reached the bureau director.
So
of ASEC.
decades long in service in the subject matter of their bureau. So akyat sila hanggang so okay, kabisado
They are
na.
technical, Mr. Chair, Your
So
Honor.
technically proficient na po yan sila, Madam Chair. Anyway, sometimes kasi ang law, you do not only need to know the letter of the law or of the rule or regulation. Go to the spirit. Why do we have such a rule or regulation? Hindi lang yung letter na checklist lang na comply. Yung spirit, may spirit yan eh.
No, they did not go
The
to
rationale, the spirit. Kasi yun ang mas mahirap eh. Hindi natin mahawakan o makita yun eh. But we should understand that. Dapat maintindihan natin yan. Sige, Madam Chair.
Okay. So we want to hear from the recognize Mr. Almeda. Okay.
I guess. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. I believe we have been consistent as far as Hilaire is concerned. We have been consistent in our opposition for reclamation across our particular property, which is within the Parañaque City grounds. We have attended many committee hearings already by the City Council, and so far, fortunately, we don't have any reclamation, as far as we know, that's happening in front of our particular 16-hectare site. I believe there was an application by SM. I don't know exactly if SM was issued an ECC for Parañaque, but meantime, I believe SM has been active on the Pasay City grounds or Pasay City jurisdiction instead of Parañaque.
Approved reclamation in Parañaque near your place, which will ano yung Parañaque River?
Well, and this happened prior to the pandemic, still way back 3 years ago. The City Council, through their specific committee that's handling this, somehow has mitigated that particular project in trying to get that block of land in front of Soler to be somehow moved towards the Pasay City side. Primarily because we also presented our own cruise terminal project to them, if you recall, Madam Chair. So that project by itself, being likened also by the city, has to go in conflict, obviously, with the reclamation project. So with that, we ended that particular resolution then, parang stalemate. No? So we talked to the SM representatives and told them, look,
It's an partner, SM 500 hectare Parañaque.
that's correct. That's
Has
the.
that been cancelled?
I don't know if you call it canceled, but I would like to think that the ECC was not approved yet during the time that
But
we
it-
were hearing it.
Can you answer that? Can you answer that? It's here. Eh.
Kaya nga ma'am, we know there is a specific
Can you
project
answer
approved
that
by
if-
PRA, but well, the DNR is
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Literal.
if I may, ma'am, it's a 300-hectare project. Actually, right now, tama po si Mr. Almeda, it was taken into consideration po yung project nyo. So, wala pa po siyang ECC and approval because it's still on the development stage because it should be redesigned to accommodate your project. So, wala pa pong actualing development. Yes,
Well-
ma'am.
So
Taken
you're-
into consideration po yung project po ng
So,
Soler.
wala na itong SM na to.
It's still on the drawing board because of the development po na Soler.
So, you have to, do you agree with this, DNR? Na walang
Yes.
ECC to? Nakalista yan dito? No ECC for the, yung number 12?
Yes, ma'am. No, we have not issued any ECC for that project.
An ECC for number 12. So you are considering yung they had what you called an agreement for
yeah.
a cruise terminal with the Philippine Port Philippine Port Authority.
We actually presented it to TIESA being a tourism infrastructure project.
So that would be considered, Mr. Gonzales, Ase Gonzales. That is being considered.
We have not received any document related to that project, ma'am. So
But there's no ECC for this 300 kasi it's listed here. Eh.
yes, ma'am. We just took note,
Did you,
ma'am, that there's a
did you
proposal.
issue an ECC for this, Mr. Cunado? So ang inisyo mo lang yung puro Cavite at hanggang yung
na-mention
William
ko lang
Kieng ng
kanina,
Las Piñas.
Madam Chair.
Doon ka lang nag-issue. From from Parañaque to Cavite. Yun lang inisyuhan mo. Yung Pasay na SM, hindi ikaw nag-issue noon?
Hindi ako, madam. Wala pa mang ECC yung sa kuan.
No, may in-issue sa SM eh. Yung una, yung banda roon. Hindi ba ikaw nag-issue noon?
So far, madam, wala sa listahan ko yung...
So, ang talagang pinag-initan mo lang yung Cavite and Las Piñas, Parañaque?
they just only acted any application file in my office, Madam Chair.
Okay, so question mark yung number 12.
Yes, Madam Chair.
So I would hope that Mr. Cuna will answer this. You tell Secretary Loizaga to answer my request. Because I wrote it in 2022, there's no answer yet.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay. So, we will suspend the hearing, but I want you to give me a copy of the map that is more accurate kasi mali-mali na tong mapa nyo. And then you please answer my request to you about the revival of the environmental compliance certificate of Altech in the Las Piñas Parañaque Wetland Park, and at the same time what will happen to the overlap of Prabel and that company, William Kieng. Oo. And I want to remind you that Pravel that goes to Las Piñas, it's hindering the flow of water of our rivers, of our 4 rivers in Las Piñas. So you have to consider that. Because the reclamation projects were suspended because of the flooding, di ba? Oo. And that will really cause a flooding in our 3 cities. Yung pagharang nyo, pag-approve nyo ng reclamation within the mouth of our river, you have to consider, and I'm entitled to a 3-kilometer buffer zone as a legislated protected area. So I'm invoking the 3-kilometer buffer zone so that a river will pass through that buffer zone. Oh. Ngayon, kung gusto nung Bacoor na sila'y bumaha, wag na nila kaming idamay. Oh, kasi may 2 river din doon eh. Yung Molino passes through us, yung Bacoor and Imus River. Kaya tayo na-issuehan ng what you called it, yung in-issue ng Supreme Court na mandamos in Manila Bay because of the flooding in Imus River experienced by Attorney Oposa. Oh, tapos nakita ko yung plano nyo na reclamation, nakaharang din sa Bacoor and Imus River. Oh, you never considered that. Oh, si Engineer Cuñado, ewan ko kung ano kinonsider mo pag-approve ng ECC, you never considered the river, where the river will flow. Pwede ba yun? Ha? Hindi mo na kinoconsider kung mag-flood kami? O mamatay lahat yung aming mga fishermen na umaasa sa Manila Bay for their livelihood. Ha? It was never considered. Ha? Ang kinonsider mo lang yung nag-apply sa'yo, na kaibigan mo. Hindi mo kinonsider na kami lahat doon, 2 million people will suffer flooding. And then 300,000 fishermen in Manila Bay will lose their livelihood. That was never considered. Ha? I want you to answer that. And then
Madam
we will,
Chair, during the evaluation, there's a third-party review committee who are
ikaw ang EMB eh. Hindi mo na kinonsider yun? Ha? Ba't mo ituturo na naman iba? Turo ka ng turo ng iba eh. Ba't hindi ka na lang nag-stay sa Cebu? Doon ka nakipag-away, hindi mo na pinakialaman ng Manila Bay. We will ask Attorney Joselina of President and Director of Manila Hotel to say his piece with regards to reclamation kasi affected din sila.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. First of all, Manila Hotel is very happy with the suspension ordered by the President with regard to the reclamation projects in Manila Bay until a full and comprehensive, exhaustive study of the reclamation's impact on the environment. Secondly, thank you also to the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources for undertaking these hearings in aid of legislation. We're very much concerned with the reclamation going on, in most particularly with that behind the grandstand, which will definitely impact on Manila Hotel. Even before the brouhaha regarding this reclamation erupted, it's public knowledge, and scientists have already warned us that the sea level in Metro Manila is rising by 8.4 millimeter per year, which is almost 3 times than the average of 3.4 millimeters, global average of 3.4 millimeters a year in the period of 1901 to 2022. And that Metro Manila is in danger of sinking. Manila Hotel is just beside Manila Bay. So even before this reclamation issue cropped up, we were already thinking and anticipating what can be done to save this national heritage, the Manila Hotel, from flooding and eventually sinking in the next decades. Number two concern, not just the flooding, Madam Chair, is the impact of these reclamation projects on traffic. I didn't hear any mention of the impact of this reclamation on the traffic. Right now, even on Rojas Boulevard, during peak hours, it's very difficult to travel from north to south without incurring delay in transporting oneself or cargo from the north to the south. So the question is, had there been an exhaustive study on the impact of these reclamations on the traffic? And according to JICA, the opportunity lost as far as in connection with traffic congestion in Metro Manila is about 3.5 billion pesos a day. 3.5 billion pesos a day, and is expected to triple to triple or up to 10.5 billion pesos a day if nothing is done to mitigate the problem. So did our leaders in government, particularly in the executive that approves all of these reclamation projects, conduct a study to mitigate the impact of the traffic congestion that would surely happen when you have more buildings and more residential houses in these reclaimed islands? I don't think it's difficult to imagine what would happen because even right now the traffic is so bad, and we rank number 8 in the world as far as traffic congestion is concerned. Our productivity as a nation, since Metro Manila produces a big chunk of our gross domestic product, and traffic will even worsen because of these reclamation projects, then it is something that our government must seriously look into before thinking of approving finally or allowing this reclamation project. So we join the voices of opposition with regard to these reclamation projects, unless a study, a comprehensive study, honest to goodness study, exhaustive one is undertaken, that all mitigating measures can be undertaken or should be undertaken before any reclamation project is undertaken in Manila Bay. Not to mention, Madam Chair, the loss of the world-known sunset in Manila Bay. It will be gone forever, or those who will enjoy are the people that will be residing or holding offices at the far end of the reclaimed area, and therefore preventing the people, the original people, who benefit from being close to the bay, that benefit will be lost forever. So congratulations, Madam Chair. That is the position we have taken, and I think that's a position of many of the hotels, together with Sofitel, the view from... Yeah, they spoke last time, and the others who have joined the Manila Yacht Club, we joined them in their opposition to these projects, unless, as I said, a comprehensive, honest-to-goodness, comprehensive, exhaustive study is undertaken, that there will be mitigating measures, if mitigating measures are possible. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
You will see that they never think of that when they decide on what to do. I'm so disappointed. We want also to hear from the Association of International Shipping Lines. They are here, Mr. Patrick Ronas, and the Philippine Liner Shipping Association to be represented here. Okay, so I think the only one here is the Association of International Shipping Lines Incorporated. We recognize them to speak their piece?
Thank you very much, Madam. Just to introduce ourselves, we're from the Association of International Shipping Lines. We're about 35 international liners that call the Philippines, not only Manila, but other ports. We are one of those who actually call the South Harbor. I'd say based on the number of calls that we do every month, it must be around 65 to 70 vessels a month. And yes, if you ask us if we are affected by the reclamation, I think the map speaks for itself. It's right in front of the old sea lane. Though a new sea lane has been proposed, unfortunately, it is a little bit farther from what we are used to traversing. Farther in the case of where the quarantine boarding station used to be located, as well as where the pilots, you see our ships are prior to entering the port of Manila, we have to engage the services of a pilot. Now, since it's farther out, it involves or it entails additional costs. So each vessel we envision will be affected, and each vessel that will come through that new channel might cost an additional of $3,000 to $4,000. So our request is that if we may maybe recommend that the quarantine station and the pilot boarding station will be a little bit nearer, so that in order to mitigate this cost, considering that shipping costs have always been blamed, or logistics costs have always been blamed on the shipping industry, and we would like to mitigate that, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you still have members who would want to talk from the shipping companies?
I don't think the president of the Philippine Liner Shipping Association is not here, Madam Chair.
Maybe you can, those who talk from the business sector, maybe you can submit your position paper so it can be part of the our hearing, so it can be considered.
Yes, ma'am, we can do that.
Even the hotels and you can do a formal position paper so that we can consider that when we make the committee report. I would like also to recognize Sagip Coron, Dr. Renel Dignadice, and Miss Cristina Joy Magno. They're from the Palawan. They came here because they have also a position paper against reclamation in Coron. I guess we read it in the papers. Okay, thank you.
Okay, good day, Madam Chair, honorable senators, members of the committee, and distinguished guests. My name is Cristina Joy Magno of Sagip Coron, Palawan. Basically, we are a loose civil society organization formed on March 9, 2022. Our group po is committed to work alongside the government to address the environmental issues, specifically the proliferation of unregulated reclamation and quarrying activities in Coron. Just to recap the discussion from the first hearing on September 27, Senator Hontiveros inquired about the status of reclamation projects in other parts of the country. The Honorable Senator specifically referenced the reclamation project in Coron, where AGM Attorney Joseph Literal of PRA provided background information. He mentioned the two phases of the Coron reclamation project, with Phase 1 covering approximately 10 hectares and Phase 2 encompassing roughly 22 hectares. I would like to confirm Attorney Literal's statements that the ECCs of the Coron Bay Development Project were canceled based on the EMB Mimaropa case number PAL-064-22 dated May 12, 2022 for violation of PD number 1586 or the Environmental Impact Statement System and its implementing rules and regulations. Furthermore, Phase 2 is totally forfeited in favor of the state based on PRA Resolution number 5541 series of 2022 dated June 16, 2022, in view of the unauthorized reclamation undertaken by the provincial government of Palawan and its joint venture partners without area clearance from the DENR and pursuant to the directive of the President on March 22, 2022 of the Philippine Reclamation Authority to totally forfeit the said reclaimed land in favor of the national government. But please bear with me, Madam Chair, as I cannot discuss Phase 2 further due to some issues regarding the forfeiture, and there's also a pending case in court. However, I will respectfully comment on what transpired during the previous hearing, which mainly focused on Phase 1. At the outset, the Coron Bay Development Project is relatively small compared to the large-scale reclamation projects in Manila Bay and other parts of the country. But nonetheless, it could serve as an example to identify the origins of issues, prevent their recurrence, and allow for a reassessment of the evaluation process for the approval of reclamation projects. Palawan is known as the last ecological frontier. Furthermore, Proclamation number 2152 declared the entire province of Palawan as mangrove swamp forest reserves. And in 1990, UNESCO designated Palawan as one of the 3 biosphere reserves in the country, recognizing it as a learning place for sustainable development where man and nature coexist harmoniously. In accordance with the state policy of full transparency on matters of public concern, and pursuant to Section 28, Article 2 of the 1987 Constitution, which mandates the state to adopt adopt and implement a policy of full public disclosure of all its transactions involving public interest, here are some of the key points that we have gathered from the public documents. The provincial government of Palawan is the proponent of the Coron Bay Development Project, or for brevity, CBDP. According to the Memorandum of Agreement executed between the PGP and Municipality of Coron on December 17, 2007, the PGP was set to reclaim a total area of at least 30 hectares using the Malampaya proceeds. 2 environmental compliance certificates were issued. The first on July 17, 2007, covering 3 hectares, and the second in 2009, covering 48 hectares, resulting in a total of 51 hectares. Additionally, 2 SEP or SEP clearances were issued by the Palawan Council for Sustainable Development. The first clearance issued on July 27, 2007 covered 3 hectares, while the second SEP clearance issued in 2010 did not specify the area of coverage. For information, SEP clearance is only issued in Palawan because Palawan is protected by a special law, and that is Republic Act number 7611, or the Strategic Environmental Plan, or SEP for Palawan Act, provided for the adoption of a comprehensive framework for the sustainable development of Palawan, compatible with protecting and enhancing the natural resources and endangered environment of the province, where Palawan Council for Sustainable Development, or PCSD, is the management body. So returning to the process, the PGP commenced reclamation in 2008 before seeking approval from the PRA, with only the ECC and SEP clearance covering 3 hectares in its possession. So remember the Presidential Decree number 3-A, or the PD3-A, that was mentioned by Attorney Literal last hearing. It is entitled Amending Section 7 of Presidential Decree number 3, dated September 26, 1972, by providing for exclusive prosecution by administration or by contract of reclamation projects. And Section 1 of PD3-A states that Section 7 of the PD number 3, dated September 26, 1972, is hereby amended by the addition of the following paragraphs. The provisions of any law to the contrary notwithstanding, the reclamation of areas underwater, whether foreshore or inland, shall be limited to the national government or any person authorized by it under a proper contract. All reclamations made in violation of this provision shall be forfeited to the state without need of judicial action. And another paragraph, contracts for reclamation is still legally existing or whose validity has been accepted by the national government shall be taken over by the national government on the basis of quantum merit for the proper prosecution of the project involved by administration. So, as I have said earlier, the PGP commenced reclamation in 2008 before seeking approval from the PRA, with only the ECC and SEP clearance covering 3 hectares in its possession. With the PD3-A, PRA did not forfeit the 3 hectares. Instead, the PRA and PGP entered into a Memorandum of Understanding, or MOU, on March 12, 2008. Pursuant to the MOU, the province submitted the project's feasibility study, the ECCs, and other relevant documents. Subsequently, the PRA Board of Directors approved the CBDP on October 9, 2009, on the condition that the province strictly complies with all the conditions of the ECCs to ensure environmental protection. On November 9, 2009, a Memorandum of Agreement, or MOA, was executed between the PRA and PGP, stipulating that the latter, the PGP, must submit the necessary requirements, including the area clearance, within 60 days after the effectivity of the MOA. This submission was for review and approval by the PRA, serving as the basis for the issuance of the notice to proceed for reclamation works. However, the PGP proceeded with the reclamation works and completed the 10 hectares without submitting the area clearance and other requirements such as the final master development plan and land use plan, drainage plan vis-a-vis with the approved landform by DPWH, as well as plans for the sources of fill materials, among others. The question is, why did the DNR, PCSD, and other concerned government agencies allow this to proceed? Reclamation is an environmentally critical project undertaken in an environmentally critical area. To underscore the significance of the area clearance, let's examine its definition and how the state rigorously mandates this crucial requirement before commencing reclamation works. According to the DNR Administrative Order 2018-14, or Guidelines on the Issuance of Area Clearance for Reclamation Projects and Proclamation, Special Patents over Reclaimed Lands, it is defined as a document issued by the DNR Secretary declaring an area is suitable for reclamation. To underscore its importance, the geohazard assessment of the area must be conducted as part of the suitability assessment. And to add, Section 5 of the same DAO states, clearance prior to conduct of reclamation projects, that no reclamation project shall be allowed unless an area clearance is first secured from the DNR. While in Section 4 of EO number 74, no reclamation project shall be approved by the PRA without the required area clearance and environmental compliance certificate to be issued by the DNR. But let's take a look at the precedent orders that are applicable to Coron Bay Development Project. Under Section 4.4 of the IRR of EO number 543, which is PRA AO number 2007-2, entitled Delegating the PRA the power to approve reclamation projects, and this was signed on January 31, 2007. PRA shall process, evaluate, and approve the reclamation project within 60 calendar days from the date of receipt of the area clearance, while under Section 7 of the same IRR, reclamation projects undertaken without the required approval of the PRA or the President of the Philippines, contrary to the provisions of PD number 1084, amended by EO number 525, and Executive Order number 543, shall be considered illegal and shall be forfeited to the state pursuant to PD number 3-A. In addition, EO number 672, series of 2007, entitled Defining and Clarifying the Responsibilities of the DNR and PRA in the Approval and Implementation of Reclamation Projects Nationwide. And in Section 1, it is hereby reiterated that the PRA shall approve all reclamation projects on behalf of the President subject to compliance with existing laws and rules. And Section 2, prior to approval of any reclamation project, the PRA is hereby directed to coordinate and secure from DNR a permit authorizing or clearing a particular area to be the site of the proposed project, otherwise as the area clearance or site clearance. But here's the catch. During the hearing, Attorney Literal stated that there are numerous illegal and unauthorized reclamation projects nationwide. Furthermore, he mentioned that Phase 1 of the CBDP has applied for regularization, and the proponent aims to secure a title currently undergoing post-compliance processes. But based on Section 21 of the DAO or the DNR Administrative Order 2018-14, which states that reclamation undertaken in violation of existing laws and rules any unauthorized reclamation and application for issuance of proclamation and special patent over reclaimed lands in violation of the national and local laws and regulations shall not be processed, and the land shall be forfeited in favor of the state in accordance with Presidential Decree Number 3-A. So, we hope
We
to-
ask the PRA to answer those issues. PRA, Mr. Literal.
Yes po, Madam Chair.
There is an issue that you allow unauthorized reclamation, and then afterwards, it will be forfeited by the state, and afterwards, then you will just make will just negotiate with the proponent. Ganun ba? Is that how I understand it? Can you answer that? Is-
Actually, yung regarding po sa phase 1 that was being discussed by Attorney Literal last hearing, regarding po sa regularization, since nga po yung phase 2 hindi po natin masyadong itatouch because there are some legal issues. But then on the phase 1, our concern po is it was undertaken by the proponent without the reclamation permit or notice to proceed. And it will be regularized.
Ma'am, if I may, Madam Chair. Ma'am, the PRA has issued administrative orders with respect to forfeiture. These forfeitures are covers total forfeiture or forfeitures with sort of an amnesty with respect to government projects. In this case, ma'am, kasi doon sa Coron, ma'am, yung phase 1, by the way, phase 2, ma'am, yung sinasabi, it's part of it, it's under a court litigation right now. But phase 1, ma'am, it's a complete reclamation. It's being used for government and also for tourism. That's the jump-off point being utilized now by Coron for its tourism. Yes. No, ma'am. Government. So, ma'am, yun po yung sinasabi naming regularization. Actually, the regularization or under the administrative order is being implemented also in line with other regulations of the government. Especially, ma'am, doon sa...
Giving it to a private
No, ma'am.
individual. It's
No,
for
ma'am.
the government.
No, ma'am. That Coron phase 1 is for the government, ma'am.
Is that
Actually,
true?
ma'am, many of the applications right now for under the forfeiture administrative order is by virtue of a COA requirement wherein illegally or unauthorized reclaimed lands being utilized by a government agency, a local government, and other national government agencies or GOCCs, which are using government funds, should secure titling of the property in favor of the agency.
I would, in that connection, I would like to ask a question from you.
Yes, ma'am.
Like, for example, the Las Piñas Parañaque Wetland Park, it was declared as a legislated protected area, but you are leasing it to Altech. And you're destroying the road that Altech buses. Oh, how is that?
Ma'am, it's handled by another department, ma'am. I apologize.
You answer. I
Yeah.
want an answer in that. Kasi sinasabi mo na pag used by the government, okay lang yon. It will be used by the government. Like us, it's a government-owned. Bakit sinasablet nyo sa private and then sinisira yung mga kalye namin ginagawa doon?
Ma'am, with respect to the area, ma'am, being leased by MCRP, ma'am, which is now Altech, that's part of the old case ng Peya Amari, ma'am.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
it has been legislated by Congress as a legislated protected area. Why are you still leasing it to Altech? So, parang ganon. Sasabihin mo, owned by the government, but you are leasing it to a private company. Oh, pwede ba yon? Legislated na yon, it was passed by Congress. Why are you leasing it? Ano? You come and answer. Yeah, bakit?
Madam Chair, we believe that under the INAIPAS, contractual arrangements are still allowed, provided that
You can lease it to the government. You can ask the government to use it, but leasing it to a private individual or a private company, that's against the law. Ano na yan legislated protected area na yan Tapos ayaw nyong pakinggan yung DNR. It's a legislated protected area. Why are you leasing it to Altech? And others.
we will seek the opinion of our legal counsel, OGCC,
So we
regarding
will
this.
go on, we will fight it in court?
Because there
Hindi
is
mo
a contract, madam.
hindi mo ino-honor yung move of Congress. We legislated it
Correct,
Oh.
Madam Chair.
O bakit nyo pinalili sa private? Legislated protected area yun. So we will go in court? Iko-court case ko pa kayo para tumigil kayo? Ano ba yan?
We will consult our legal counsel, Madam Chair, regarding the contract with MCRP to review it.
Yeah, because that is already a legislated protected area. So it should be, nobody should use it except government. And you are asking a private company. Baka ganun din mangyari dito sa, sasabihin nyo na pag unauthorized reclamation, the government will use it, di ba? Baka mamaya pag ganun kayo ang in charge, palilis nyo rin sa private, it's the same thing. Wala ring nangyari. Ako, I would like to think na a legislated protected area should be used by the government only, not by a private individual. Tapos pag nasisira yung mga kalye, kami magpapagawa. Hindi mabigyan ng budget ng DNR, so ako naman na magpapagawa. Ano gagawin nyo? Sirang-sira na yung kalye. Kadadaan ng truck nung Altech
Na-mention na po namin, ma'am, sa MCRP, and they will do repairs.
So, are you asking Altech to pay you? May bayad ba sa inyo, Altech?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Magkano binabayad sa inyo?
It's based on the provisions of the Public Land Act, 4%
Can you give me
of
the
appraised
contract?
value.
And I want to know how much they pay you.
We can furnish your office, Madam Chair.
And then you better decide on that kasi legislated yun. You should honor the legislation of the act of Congress. Parang baliwala yung act of Congress, di ba? So ganun din ang mangyayari sa kanila. Ite-take over nyo, tas palilis nyo sa private. Kasi ginagawa nyo rin sa amin Ano? May utang sila?
Yes, because of that reclamation.
Anyway, you provide me a briefer on that. I want to understand that because I cannot understand it anymore. We have legislated it, and now there's a private company operating there and destroying our roads. I want to understand it, and I hope that will not happen to Coron also. You know, you are a government-owned corporation. Alam mo, kaya ako pa nagagalit sa inyo. Last time, we bought yung tinayuan namin ng Las Piñas General Hospital. We bought it from you. And I asked the DBM, I gave the budget for that to pay you. Sabi nyo meron nung ano tawag dito, merong COVID-19 gustong-gusto namin gawin na yung hospital Ayaw nyo ipagawa si General Manager Rubiato dahil daw kailangan bayaran muna kayo. Nasa DBM na yung pera government to government lang yun Ayaw pa ipa-start yung hospital dahil daw kailangan makita niya yung pera. Parang hindi ko maintindihan na ang PRA is very concerned about the money that will come also from the government, and you are a government. Bakit tayo magtatalo tungkol sa pagbabayad? Meron naman budget na sa DBM yung pagbayad sa inyo. Bakit nagiging very particular kayo about money? It's not your money, it's the money of the government because PRA is a GOCC. Ayaw pa start yung aming hospital until makita yung pera. And then we bought another one of your property na tatayuan ng office ng DPWH. Ayaw din pa start. Government to government yan eh. Bakit nagiging ganun ang attitude ng PRA? I hope you will change your attitude towards government. We are not getting your property. It's the government who's getting your property and we're paying. We're paying. So bakit kami hinihigpitan? We're paying. It's not for us personally, it's for the government. It's a hospital, a government-owned hospital. It's a DPWH building. It's not ours. Why are you making it very difficult for us? It's not for us personally, it's for the government. And you're a government institution. Can you answer that, Mr. Literal? Why is that attitude like that?
Ma'am, ano lang to, I'm not the AGM po, pero actually I think it emanated from another contract po with another government agency wherein they acquired already took possession of the property and the payment was not given to PRA.
But there's a DBM na. Kasi yung mga ginawa ko may budget eh.
Ma'am,
I provided the budget eh, and it's part of the budget and it's with DBM. So it's a matter of DBM giving you the money.
Yes, ma'am.
Parang and it's for public good, like it's a hospital and it's a office of DPWH. So what's the problem? I hope the attitude of PRA will change with regards to government transactions, di ba? Hindi naman for us yan eh, it's for the government. So I hope you will change your attitude. Baka kaya rin sila nagre-reklamo because of that. Parang hirap kausap ng PRA.
Ma'am, actually, ma'am, doon sa Coron, we're one with phase 2. Yung phase 1 lang, ma'am, ang issue nila sa amin. And I think wala pa naman pong issue talaga. Baka
Kaya
lang...
ko lang naalala yung aming issue kasi nadinig ko kayo na it will become a government property. So, it will be managed by PRA. Minsan kasi yung PRA, kahit government property, ang attitude nila, it's their property, it's not the government. Oo, kasi pinahihirapan miski gobyerno with regards to projects of government. Oo, kasi kami sa Las Piñas, napahirapan kami talaga eh. And I was so surprised na pinahirapan. Alam mo ba, Mr. Literal, kaya ako nagpagawa ng Wetland Center at saka yung visitor center doon personally. Kasi hindi makapasa sa COA eh. Kasi ayaw niyong payagan ng DNR to put a budget on that. So, para lang magawa, ako nagbayad nun personally. Kasi hindi papasa sa COA without consent from you. Diba? Hindi makabudget ang DNR because ayaw nyo payagan at hindi mapapasa sa COA. Kaya ako nagpagawa nun personally para lang magkaroon ng facility yung ating Las Piñas Parañaque Wetland Park. And I'm so surprised. Kasi hindi naman for me yun eh, for everybody. Anyway, kaya ko lang na-mention yun. So, thank you. Maybe you can do a report, a briefer on that so that would form part of our investigation. And then I want to acknowledge the Executive Director of the Asian Center for Biodiversity, Dr. Teresa Mundita Lim. He used to be connected with DNR also.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Actually, the ASEAN Center for Biodiversity already delivered our statement last time, but I wanted to be present today, of course, to be able to support the process. We appreciate this initiative and considering my experience in working on some of the elements in this discussion, I'm very much aware that even back in 2011, there were already several proposed reclamation projects in Manila Bay, and which led us to have a valuation study in 2014. And even then, it was already determined that without considering the ecosystem services and the biodiversity in the area, if you proceed with the reclamation, you stand to lose 9.1 billion pesos. At the time, it was 2014. And of course, this time, it should probably be bigger. And this is something, Madam Chair, that probably should be considered, or I think the DNR is now in the process of also doing some research and comprehensive studies, because Madam Chair, we think that the entire Manila Bay any project within the entire Manila Bay should be taken as in a landscape or seascape approach, and not like per project basis, because the entire bay itself is an important buffer against climate change impacts. So the variety of ecosystems in Manila Bay should be studied as well, not just the mangroves, but also seagrass beds, the tidal flats, and the coral reefs, if ever there's still some left. And this should all be considered, because that variety of ecosystems is it's the multiple habitats in Manila Bay and in other areas that protects us from the impacts of climate change, not just one habitat. And Madam Chair, there are also valuation studies that are being done on species, the non-use of species, for example. We've seen marine turtles in the past in Manila Bay, and there are already studies of the value of marine turtles if they are not for non-use, like for tourism. There are already studies that are available, and this should all be considered when you want to have a balance of development and protection in a very important area such as the Manila Bay ecosystem. So that's my just a bit of contribution to the discussion, Madam Chair. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You know, Dr. Mundita Lim used to be the BMB director of the DNR, and I used to be very happy with DNR because there were many people there who are supportive of the environment, but they have decided to leave DNR and go to international position. So what was left was Engineer Cuñado. So and ako nalulungkot kasi it's supposed to be kayo dapat ang magmamahal sa environment, but they have left, all of them have left, and we're left here with some people who doesn't even consider yung I cannot imagine DNR not considering yung mangrove, not considering the fish, not considering the fishermen, not parang gusto nyo na lang magtayo ng condo and all of that. Parang I cannot imagine Manila Bay like that, So I'm so unhappy. But anyway, we have to go through this process, and I hope that I always tell DNR that, you're not the business side of government. You are the environmental side of government. let DTI be the business side of government. We should be, kung gusto natin na yung business side of government, then we should join DTI, di ba? But you are with DNR, so you are the environmental side of government. So, and ang sama ng loob ko lang sa PRA, dapat government din sila. So yung mga government to government transaction, wag na ninyong masyadong susumahin kasi government naman yon. Pati kami pinahihirapan nyo na government, we're government naman, we're not in business. So you should help us. So we have here also the Executive Director of the Center for Environmental Concern, Mr. John Bonifacio. Can you be here?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a correction, I'm not the Executive Director. I'm here representing Center for Environmental Concerns right now. So I'll just read our statement. On behalf of the People's Network for the Integrity of Coastal Habitats and Ecosystems, or People's Niche, in which the Center for Environmental Concerns belongs to, and the People's Niche is a nationwide network of organizations advocating to protect coastal habitats and ecosystems. We support the resolutions that have been filed by Senators Hontiveros and Pimentel, directing an inquiry in aid of legislation into the reclamation projects across the country. With this second inquiry in particular, I don't want to reiterate some of the points that have already been raised, but just in addition to what has already been talked about, we hope that it will also consider the broad spectrum of destructive activities that are taking place that are related to reclamation, such as the quote-unquote land development projects like the New Manila International Airport of San Miguel Corporation, or the reclamation-related seabed quarrying and dredging that are taking place in various parts of Manila Bay, such as off the coast of Cavite. If possible, we also hope that the Senate will launch independent investigations on attacks on anti-reclamation advocates and organizations, such as the recent case of Jed Tamano and Janina Castro. We also wish to register our alarm over the course of this discussion today that clearly there are very anomalous processes going on when it comes to the approval of these reclamation projects. And it seems like it's only serendipitous that some projects are not overlapping. There's really no clear assurance on the part of civil society that there's a thorough process going on when it comes to the approval of these kinds of projects. So these kinds of discussions are very important and enlightening, and hopefully this will move all the agencies involved towards more thorough processes and really vet what's happening in areas like Manila Bay and beyond. At this point, of course, on the part of civil society, we wish to reaffirm our position supporting an immediate moratorium on reclamation projects in Manila Bay and beyond. Just an example of our actions recently, last October 18, we saw hundreds of advocates from church groups, civil society organizations, coastal communities, and the academe forming a human chain along Rojas Boulevard, which is nearly a kilometer-long human chain testifying to our united call against reclamation and for the genuine rehabilitation of Manila Bay. So as this inquiry process moves forward, we hope that civil society organizations and affected communities will be allowed to participate in the review process of these projects, and for this process to also employ a human rights-based approach. And all in all, we do believe that this inquiry and this hearing, all of these steps, are crucial measures towards protecting the critical marine biodiversity and upholding the rights of our coastal communities. And alongside our fisherfolk partners, we hope that we can see urgent steps towards putting a stop to reclamation immediately through this process. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. We now recognize the representative from the Wetlands International Philippines, Ms. Maria Joselia Pangilinan.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. I will be reading the position of Wetlands International.
Can you submit all those position papers?
Yes, ma'am. We've
for
already
a
submitted
record,
it last.
after reading them.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
thank you.
So it's a summary of the position paper that we've submitted to the office of Senator Villar. So on the large-scale reclamation project undertaken nationwide, large-scale reclamation project, the result of the damage and loss of this ecosystem be avoided. Restoration of coastal and marine wetlands in the country is recommended instead for biodiversity, sustenance, and food security, blue economy, disaster risk reduction, and climate change adaptation and mitigation. On the latent effects of reclamation projects, many latent effects of reclamation projects that are not easily visible or immediately observed. This results to loss of ecosystem services, which also result to socioeconomic impacts. On the reclamation of Manila Bay, Wetlands International is concerned of the loss of wetlands and their function. We support the conduct of a coordinated strategic environmental impact assessment to assess cumulative or reactive effects of the co-location reclamation projects to avoid widespread environmental impacts and mitigate latent impacts on the ecology of the whole of Manila Bay. We further recommend that critical habitats be restored in compliance with the Supreme Court mandamus for the rehabilitation of Manila Bay and other laws, and be aligned with the proposed Manila Bay Sustainable Development Master Plan and commitments to sustainable development goals and other international environmental initiatives. On the needed legislation for evaluating environmental impacts of projects, Wetlands International also recommends that the Philippine Environmental Impact Assessment System be reviewed and amended to include the conduct of strategic environmental impact assessments, commitments to high standards of environmental management and best practices, expansion of the review process, compliance to law and regulation, offsetting of residual impacts, and monitoring of mitigation impacts for adaptive management and restoration, among others. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much. I guess the effect of this will be to review yung permitting process ng reclamation kasi ang gulo-gulo. Parang pag gusto ng isang director na magbigay ng permit, wala na siyang tinatanong, 'di ba? Automatic eh. Oo, nagulat ako kasi yung aming ECC expired yun eh. Biglang nabigyan ng permit without even our knowledge. Nagulat nga ako nung ilabas yung permit na yun. Na may legislated protected area before. Parang hindi rin, alam nyo, kaya ako ni-legislate yung Las Piñas Parañaque Wetland Park kasi yung 2011, nag-issue sila ng permit considering that there is a presidential proclamation already. So sabi ko, siguro hindi nila pinakikinggan yung presidential proclamation. It should be legislated. Ni-legislate ko, hindi rin pinakinggan yung legislation. So ano pinapakinggan nyo? So I guess we have to review that permitting process, di ba? It's not good for the image of the DNR. Wala na kayong wala man lang kayong I don't know what to do because it's already a legislated protected area, hindi pa rin pinakinggan, di ba? So, alam mo, ang worry ko sa Manila Bay, baka lumubog ang Metro Manila pag hindi nyo tinigilan yung reclamation na yan. Alam mo, parang hindi sila naniniwala that there is a possibility na lulubog ang Metro Manila, but Jakarta is sinking. Lilipat na yung capital ng Indonesia to somewhere else because Jakarta is sinking. And hindi naman yung fear nila sa Jakarta kasi I went to Indonesia to visit an island with kasi nag-aaral ako sa what do you call this? Pareho tayo ng Indonesia we produce coconut intercropping with cacao. There is an island there. I was brought there by Cargill that we watched the planting of coconut intercropping with cacao, and we stayed there. There's an international airport there. I traveled from Jakarta to that island. You know that island sank. That whole island sank. So, totoo yung lumulubog ang something, and then Jakarta is sinking. So what will prevent NCR from sinking? Kasi yung sea level rise, 'di ba? Ang bilis ng taas ng ang problema sa Metro Manila, ang taas ng sea level rise at mabilis din ang pagbaba ng Metro Manila because we are getting water from underneath, di ba? So, pag bumababa yung Metro Manila, tapos tumataas yung sea level rise, tapos tinatambakan pa natin yung yung ocean, yung Manila Bay, eh baka madali tayo na paglubog ng Metro Manila. Can you imagine the Philippines nalulubog ang Metro Manila? So, tapos lahat tayo dito. Di ba? Yung sinasabi din ng Manila Hotel that they're afraid kasi ang lapit nila sa ano. There is that possibility eh. Hindi imagination lang yun eh. Jakarta is sinking eh. And I saw an island in Indonesia which sank. I went there and it sank. So, I hope we will not commit the same mistake and we will be more, we should study more what we are doing. Okay, I wish to acknowledge the University of the Philippines Law Center represented by Attorney Ana Lourdes Cosme.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. I would like to read the position paper of the UP Institute for Maritime Affairs and Love the Sea for the record. Proposed Senate resolutions number 300 and 759 are indeed timely and relevant acts on the part of the legislature on account of swift and massive reclamation activities all over the country in the past few years, most recently along Manila Bay. Reclamation of land from the sea is undoubtedly the most transformative of human activities. It completely replaces a natural coastal area with an artificial one and generates impacts not only on the reclaimed area itself, but its surroundings as well. Reclamation totally changes the natural coastline and immediate landscapes and seascapes in favor of those artificially created. It involves the exercise of a power to simultaneously create and destroy, and thus any reclamation activity must be undertaken judiciously and with utmost care. Ideally, any activity should be effectively governed by an entity that can make impartial decisions that balance competing private and public interests and protect the public good. Unfortunately, reclamation activities cannot be considered to have been placed under such kind of regulation because historically, the agencies responsible for them have been working in a situation of institutionalized self-interest and conflict of interest. Number one, the national government has a legal incentive to reclaim lands. Presidential Decree number 1084, the law that created the Public Estates Authority or the PEA, the predecessor of the Philippine Reclamation Authority, declared that policy of the state to provide for a coordinated, economical, and efficient reclamation of lands, and to administer and operate such reclaimed lands with the object of maximizing their utilization and hastening their development consistent with the public interest. Furthermore, the law expressly mandated the PEA to reclaim land, including foreshore and submerged areas, by dredging, filling, or other means, or to acquire reclaimed land. PRA retained these mandates when PEA was transformed to PRA by virtue of Executive Order number 380. The national government generates income from the administration, operation, improvement, development, and disposition of any and all real property created by reclamation, thus incentivizing the national government to encourage reclamation projects. As a government-owned and controlled corporation, the PRA is in the unique position of being able to actually create its own real estate, the most valuable of all assets, in a country that is experiencing congestion in its major urban areas. Reclamation creates literally brand new lands, often in places adjacent to the most valuable districts of the city, which the PRA would be in a position to profit greatly from due to its monopoly of ownership. It enjoys huge advantages as a real estate developer since it enjoys such lands tax-free and is empowered to dispose of such lands under any terms and conditions it may choose. At the same time, since reclamation usually entails enormous costs, the PRA is prompted to keep reclaiming more and more lands in order to support its investments in previous projects. Under its charter, the PRA needs to earn its own money for its own existence and operations, which are exclusively dependent on reclamation projects and activities. Our second point, the proposal and approval of reclamation projects effectively lies with the same entity. Historically, there has always been a direct and supportive relationship between the agency tasked with proposing and recommending reclamation projects and the authority that approves such projects. When PEA was created in 1977 through PD 1084, it was the sole agency accorded the powers and functions to propose, recommend, and undertake reclamation activities on behalf of the national government. Even though the power to approve reclamation projects rests with the President, it is still the PEA that advises and recommends to the President which projects to approve. It appears then that the President's approval is a mere formality, as it could be expected that the PEA will never make recommendations or give advice against its own proposals, and the President would not disapprove reclamation projects that he himself authorized or directed the PEA to plan, propose, or undertake. This was the case for a long time, even when the control and supervision over the PEA and eventually the PRA was transferred several times to different agencies. Since 2006, the formal approving power of the President over reclamation projects was transferred to the PRA's governing board. Even though for a time such power to approve was given to the National Economic Development Authority, this power was returned to the PRA governing board in 2019. Thus, as it stands, the PRA is basically an approving authority unto itself. It is empowered to plan, propose, approve, and undertake its own reclamation projects. The Office of the President merely exercises control and supervision over the PRA and the other government agencies such as NEDA, DENR, and the Department of Finance are diminished into mere recommendatory bodies regarding the technical aspects of the reclamation projects. Since the PRA was also mandated to generate revenues from reclamation projects and reclaimed lands, there was very little reason for PRA to restrain itself from reclaiming lands whenever presented with an opportunity. Third, there are no effective regulations in place for reclamation activities. Even though the PEA formally had the power to regulate reclamation, it actually does not have the power to effectively enforce such regulations. As a GOCC, its functions are proprietary in nature, and even though Presidential Decree 3-A provides the illegal reclamations are to be forfeited in favor of the state without need for judicial action, there was no mechanism to undertake such forfeiture until the PEA's successor, the PRA, issued an administrative regulation in 2005. But even then, the main remedy provided was basically for previous illegal reclamations to be legalized by transferring to the PRA the titles to illegally reclaimed properties upon reimbursements of costs. The outcome of PRA regulation, if it could be called such, is further reclamation through its own acquisition of illegally or unlawfully reclaimed lands. The only other regulation that is required for reclamation activities is the requirement to secure an area clearance and environmental compliance certificate from the DNR. But the DNR's power with respect to reclamation was undermined by Executive Order 672, which practically turned the DNR into a rubber stamp of the PRA. EO 672 reiterates that it is the PRA that approves reclamation projects on behalf of the President. It practically requires the DNR to issue clearances to the PRA upon request. It relegates the DNR to merely monitoring compliance with the ECC and requires the DNR to endorse the proclamation of reclaimed lands as alienable and disposable, and later issue special patent on original certificate of title to the lands, upon request of the PRA. In other words, the entire DNR is legally bound to cater to the PRA's needs, and thus, even the DNR cannot regulate the PRA's reclamation activities. Fourth, under the local government code, only provinces may initiate reclamation projects, and these must be limited to infrastructure for basic services. Reclamation projects are being proposed to the PRA as joint ventures or partnerships. There is no reason for the PRA to refuse such proposals, especially if they are in accord with the PRA's plans. Even LGUs may now initiate reclamation projects with the PRA pursuant to the local government code under build, operate, transfer schemes. However, under the LGC, it should be noted that reclamation projects may only be initiated by provinces and not cities nor municipalities. Furthermore, the LGC refers to reclamation by the LGUs in connection with the roadworks as basic services infrastructure under Section 17, and therefore LGU reclamation must be interpreted to be limited to those necessary to support such roadworks. The conduct of reclamation by LGUs for any other purposes, such as to create lands to be sold or leased, would be beyond the authority of the LGU, as such would no longer be in the exercise of governmental functions of providing basic services, but instead would constitute an appropriation parts of the public domain, that is the sea, for proprietary purposes. Reclamation by LGUs would contravene the basic trust that LGUs have been granted with respect to the lands of the public domain, in that all such properties should remain with the state on behalf of the Filipino people and not be converted into private or patrimonial properties without proper access. Reclamation effectively becomes a mechanism for LGUs to appropriate for themselves portions of the public domain. Further, reclamation reduces the LGU's municipal waters, over which they exercise only usufructuary rights for purposes of benefiting from their fisheries. Under general law, the usufructuary cannot assert title greater than the naked owner, who in this case is the state, as the usufructuary has the inherent duty to preserve and maintain the property under usufruct. Reclamation would effectively destroy a portion of the public domain and transform it into patrimonial property held in a proprietary capacity by the LGU. In view of the above, the Institute for Maritime Affairs and Law of the Sea believes that it is time to undertake serious and sweeping legal reforms to address the great problems created by reclamation. It is suggested that legislation be enacted with the following objectives. Number 1, abolish the PRA as a government-owned and controlled corporation with exclusive power to undertake reclamation projects. Number 2, transfer the PRA's proprietary functions and associated personnel and assets, that, for example, ownership and administration of reclaimed lands, BOT contracts, etc., to an appropriate GOCC whose core function is to own, administer, and develop government property. Third, transfer the PRA's regulatory functions, including associated personnel and assets, that is, the issuance of permits to reclaim lands, to an appropriate office under the DANR with relevant functions concerning management of coastal resources, such as the Coastal and Marine Management Office. Fourth, transfer the PRA's executive functions, that is, the implementation of reclamation projects, to the Department of Public Works and Highways. Fifth, establish a strict moratorium on all reclamation projects, whether by the national government or in partnership with local government and/or private contractors, until after the enactment of legislation and/or ordinances on comprehensive land use and sea use planning. Sixth, provide strict guidance to LGUs regarding the conduct of reclamation activities with a view to reducing the destructive practice and emphasizing the renewal and restoration of existing local real estate. And lastly, establish a system for imposing administrative penalties and forfeitures against natural and juridical persons who undertake illegal reclamation projects, and imposing obligations to remove illegal structures or restore and rehabilitate coastal areas damaged by reclamation where feasible and at the expense of the implementer of such illegal projects. We hope that the foregoing will assist the Honorable Committee in its inquiry in aid of legislation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And for the last resource person, we have the National President of the Philippine Institute of Environmental Planners, Engineer Maria Ana Pulido.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon again. The Philippine Institute of Environmental Planners is the only accredited professional organization of environmental planners by the PRC. We represent a diverse group of professionals, almost 7,000 environmental planners throughout the country. We also have international chapters comprising Filipino environmental planners overseas, dedicated to prioritizing environmental preservation, disaster resilience, and community well-being. We all understand that environmental impacts are paramount, so we appeal to our honorable senators and our esteemed DNR secretary to broaden or to make the EIA process more comprehensive, one that should be more rigorous, transparent, and involve more experts, as Secretary Loizaga had mentioned during the first Senate hearing, to ensure a thorough understanding of potential consequences of development projects. We appeal to our honorable senators to consider adopting heightened zoning regulations and land use planning that highly prioritize coastal resilience and sustainable development. Also, if we can revisit any existing legislation on the integrated coastal zone management to enable sustainability framework within the coastal ecosystem. We also find the need for actively engaging with communities throughout the project life cycle, not just during the IEC and the public scoping EIA process, during the EIA process, to give justice to the public participation component of the EIA process, but should be subject to evaluation process when measuring effectiveness of this strategy or intervention. This ensures that their needs and concerns are addressed, leading to more inclusive and sustainable development projects. We also appeal to our honorable senators to adopt a robust evaluation framework as a matter of policy for all government interventions, as this has remained a gap in the planning and implementation of government projects. We believe this will largely contribute to the principles of transparency and accountability. The PIEP, or the Philippine Institute of Environmental Planners, stands ready to offer its wealth of expertise in the realms of urban planning, disaster resilience, and sustainability. We also take this opportunity to invite you all, our esteemed resource persons from government and non-government organizations, and other guests in today's Senate hearing and the viewing public to join us in Tagbilaran City, Bohol, for our upcoming National Convention. We are very honored to have the Honorable Senate Committee Chair, Senator Cynthia Villar, as our keynote speaker during the PIEP's Bohol National Convention. Thank you for this opportunity today given to the Philippine Institute of Environmental Planners.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the resource person and guests who have shared valuable information and views on the subject matter. In the meantime, this public hearing is suspended. Thank you for attending, and a very pleasant good afternoon to all.